All right, 6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Dirt and Sprague on Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan in the Fan Sports Network. Good morning. Hello. Happy Monday.
What is happening?
How you feeling over there?
Got a little raspy during that one. I'm feeling
you did.
fantastic. How's everybody's weekend?
Good weekend.
Good little weekend?
Crappy weather. Good weekend.
Yeah, it wasn't very good weather. It cleaned out yesterday a little bit. That was nice.
Freezing last night.
It was chilly, dude. It's still getting cold in the middle of the night. You wake up in the morning and you want to leave the house wearing not too much because by the time we leave, it's like, 60 degrees and sunny outside.
Yeah,
but
layers,
it's still
layers
40s,
are
man.
key.
Still
layers
40s.
are key.
I just, you run to the car quick to each way from the house and then into work. And by the time you get in here, we got a nice warm studio. You get out of here, I'm good. Shorts and a t-shirt on the way home.
Did you have a weekend?
I did have a good weekend.
Yeah.
They had a big Selwood cleanup day on Sunday or Saturday it was. And I can't tell you how impactful that is in my life. We have so much stuff piled up that we needed to get rid of and dump. And they basically
Like spring cleaning.
So it's basically like the neighborhood association puts it on and the local garbage company brings the bins down and it's right next to my house.
Really?
And so it's just, dude, I was back and forth. There's people like wheeling old broken down barbecues down the street in front of my house, like wheeling them down there. And you go dump all, dude, we have so much stuff piled up that we need to get rid of. And finally, after years of not using it, RIP. To our treadmill. The treadmill got dumped this week.
You got rid of the treadmill?
Yeah, it was starting to squeak and breaking down a little bit anyways, and I'm like, dude,
Why didn't you just fix it?
because we don't use it, and it takes up space.
Oh,
It was
yeah.
one of those buys. It was good during COVID when gym shut down. I think that's when we bought it.
Sure.
First 3 years of the treadmill got a lot of life, and we used it a ton, and then, life gets in the way and things happen. And so that thing finally got out of the man cave, and it's wide open spaces now. The kids are taking over all the space.
How much did you spend on it?
I got it on Costco, so I got a good deal. I want to say it was like $500 during COVID. It wasn't super.
500 is not too bad.
It wasn't. I didn't get like a high end. It wasn't. I
was asking, was
top
it
of the line.
$1,800 and you're just throwing it away?
No, it wasn't quite that much. We got it. They had a discount deal. I think they knew everybody was working out from home during COVID, and if you're a Costco member, you get extra percentage off. So I remember buying it and hearing people tell me that it's just going to end up being something you hang clothes on, which at times was true. And after a number of years of not using it regularly, it's like, why do we have this giant thing taking up all this space?
So you've dumped the treadmill. I've had this opinion for as long as I've thought about exercise.
Yeah.
Whatever age that was.
Sure.
Now, some people, this is going to be controversial. I have found the treadmill and the indoor running machines the most overrated workout machine you can possibly own.
Agree. Now that I've been through the experience, I agree completely.
Well, running in your neighborhood is 80 times better
Without a doubt.
than just running in the same spot for, I'm going to run 2 miles. It feels like it's an hour when you run 2 miles.
It feels like it's endless. Because
you look down,
Yeah.
you run like a tenth of a mile, and you're like, dude, what?
How is that possible?
I've been running for 10 minutes.
I haven't gone anywhere right
I'm
now.
not this slow.
No. And then you look at the speeds, too, and you're like, am I really running at that slow of a speed? I got to pick up my pace a little bit. Why am I at a 5 right now?
It's a massive machine that's not the easiest to move around.
Nope, not at all.
And I know people like this in my life, and I'm glad you're admitting this. I know people that have one, and it's been folded up or not used for God knows how long.
Don't use it. For the size of the equipment and how big and how much space it takes up, not worth the purchase in any way, shape, or form.
So I know that we live in a rainy, cold, wet state. But I've always wondered about this. Now, look, COVID's different, right? That's a different time, so I'm not really asking this of you per se. I kind of
That was one of
it.
those, I was in a workout phase going into
Sure.
COVID. We were getting married the next year, so I had this goal, let's lose all this weight. And so it was a buy of let's keep this train on the tracks here.
Well,
which certainly did not happen.
And there's people that have sourdough bread makers out there
Exactly.
for COVID. COVID is a different thing.
It was a weird moment in time.
I have always wondered, of all the things you could spend money on for a home gym setup, if you went that route.
Right.
It's just the one to me that feels like the biggest ripoff.
Yeah.
If you want I could incline, Sprague. Buy a stair machine.
Right.
You want to incline? Do a stair machine. That's a real workout.
I'm not buying a stair machine, but the point is valid.
You want a bench press?
It's right there for you.
That makes sense.
They have smaller ones too now. Like, I don't know how easy they are to run on, but they have treadmills now that you could buy.
They're like tiny little.
They're like 2 feet long, and you can you just wheel them under a bed.
That I've seen.
And there's like a little stand up thing that you can technically pull
also
up and hold on to them.
Also seems dangerous though. It's like whoa.
If you go down, you're going down. Buddy.
Right.
There's no saving you at that point.
But like dumbbells, a bench press, maybe the ab tower,
sure,
a leg press. These are all things that, like, sure, you can kind of duplicate naturally, I guess, if you want to go in the back and bench press a log.
You'll go grab a big stick.
But, like, a treadmill is literally just something I can just go do that.
You can go do it anywhere.
Go out of my door every day and run 3 miles. I don't need to do it standing still in my garage.
I have now become another case study of why they are not a good purchase.
They're not a good purchase.
It's just they're too big. They take up too much space, and you don't use them that much.
Amen.
And then last year we're a block away from a park now. I could just go run. I could run like an easy 2-mile loop down around the park by our house and be done like
There's
that.
probably a path that goes around
All the
that's
way
a
around.
quarter mile, and you're like, I'm going to run this 4 times. I'll get to look at the outside. And
I haven't timed the exact distance of it, but it's probably about a half of a mile all the way around. You do it twice, there's a mile, you're done. See you later.
You're done.
Now my run's over.
Yes.
And I'm not running in the rain anyway, so I'm not using it. It was just it felt so good to get rid of it because it's taking up so much space, and I'm like, we took one load down, and then it was like, I got some more stuff I could dump here. This is kind of handy having right here. Let's throw some more stuff in the truck.
Yeah, could you explain this to me? Because we don't have this out in Clackamas.
Sure. This is the beauty of Portland. That's why we pay our tax, baby. This is why we do it for stuff like this.
There's your tough tax. So the Sellwood community just gets a bunch of dumpsters?
They reach out to the local garbage company. Shout out to the Heibergs, good family friends, and they bring the giant dumpster bins down, like the big
metal ones.
10-foot tall ones.
Yeah.
And they're just stacked up in this big parking lot. And so they look at the back of your truck and they say, $30, hey, $40. And they just judge based on.
You do pay a dump fee.
You pay a dump fee, and it goes into the
okay.
neighborhood association coffers to pay for stuff around the neighborhood, and then you dump your stuff.
So you have an HOA?
It's not an HOA. It's not technically that, but there's community centers. There's there's little projects and stuff that they do around the neighborhood that the money goes to.
Okay.
That's not. I don't know if we ever utilize it, but at least it's going to a good cause.
Yeah, you at least have some community-based thing.
It's going into some sort of community-funded activity.
It'd be really funny if you dug into your taxes and found out you were paying for that tax, and they're taxing you again.
On
you
top
didn't
of
know
it.
And you're like, wait, $40.
Some rich Don at the top's taking all the money, skimming 20% of all the dump fees.
I just like the image of a random guy just dragging a whole barbecue, and it's like,
dude, I was cracking up. It was so funny.
The plastic wheels barely rolling. He's like, hey, I did it.
I'm out in my driveway loading. I'm like, what is that sound? There's a really loud sound coming down the sidewalk right now, and I look over, and there was back-to-back people just the whole way down, and that's not a quiet walk. Everybody can hear it outside their house, but they got stuff to dump. They're getting rid of it.
Now, I know, like, the what is the thing called? The smoker? Is it the egg? The green
egg? That's one of them, yeah.
Like, I know that is a very famous barbecue that people use, and I'll tell you this as a Blackstone user.
Yeah.
They have not improved, I think, the technology and ability to move barbecues efficiently. No. Like with the Blackstone, they have a handle on the Blackstone.
Yes.
The problem is if you have a propane tank, the tray that is supposed to hold stuff next to it, it pops up and then folds down, but it won't fold down all the way because the propane tank blocks it.
So it's only folding down a part of the way.
So it's only folding down part of the way. So your hand is kind of in this weird little in-between space that doesn't feel great as you're lugging it around on the handle.
Right, it's not easy to move.
And so, but if you grab the tray to move it, the problem is sometimes you accidentally lift the tray up and now it's loose and it folds down.
Yeah.
We need to improve for regular barbecues, Blackstones.
The mobility of
them.
The
mobility factor, I think, is an underrated issue that they need to fix. The green eggs, the small charcoals, I can't speak to those.
Those things they're not easy to move, too.
They're weird shapes.
They're weird shapes, and they're heavy pieces of equipment.
Yes.
Now, I have a bullseye smoker, which it does have wheels, so it's not the hardest in the world to move, but it's heavier than hell. And moving it does, you always worry about something internally getting thrown off, too, because you can't move it smoothly. I'm not lifting both sides of it.
Right.
You push it on, and then it's bouncing around. You're like, dude, some sort of, one of these little pebbles are going to go somewhere that I don't want it to go, or one of my little wood chips is going to get lodged in somewhere. I'm always worried because they tell you if it tips over in a certain direction, then it's not going to work for a while. You got to, reset it. So you don't let that thing fall over because then you're screwed.
Well, so the Blackstone has wheels, and it has, wheels that lock.
Yeah.
You press it down so it
I
doesn't
feel like
move.
the Blackstone's probably lighter than most smokers, too.
It's not very heavy.
Yeah.
Look, this is a small first world complaint I have here,
Yeah.
but I've just noticed it about barbecues, as you mentioned, a neighbor towing a barbecue.
Right. It was one of those old school propane ones that they were wheeling down,
Plastic wheels.
We've all seen plastic wheels.
Piece of crap.
Yeah.
You could hear it squeaking because all the rust.
Okay, it was from 1997. Let's get rid of this thing, honey.
But, like, I maneuvered mine in and out of the garage, and I've just noticed that, like, I can only turn it if I go a certain angle. It doesn't turn the other way.
Right.
So I have to, like, pull out and then push back in and to turn it. Then I pull back out.
It's like you're trying to back in a boat almost.
kinda,
You're like, nope, that's not the right angle. Nope, this way. Nah, dang it. Nope, let's move back.
Right.
There we go.
Right,
now we got
right,
it in the
right,
spot
right.
we want it to be in.
I feel like you could just make that technology a little easier is all I'm saying.
Getting wheels on both sides of it would be nice, as long as they can lock and it's not going to run away on you. That's obviously not something that you want, but if you could get wheels on both sides, I feel like that would impact it greatly. But let me lock the wheels in. I want it to be like let me have like my big suitcase that is now, they used to be you'd have to tilt it over when you pull on your big suitcase, right? You have to lean it forward. Now the big suitcase we got, it's got 4 wheels. It's total, so you're just pushing that thing along the ground
Super
the entire
easy.
way.
Yeah.
And it's a lot easier to get from point A to point B in an airport.
So the Blackstone's propane tank goes on the side of it. If I was to retweak, and maybe they've created a new version. I don't check the Blackstone website often.
Sure.
I would, underneath, there's like a whole tray, and it's where you can put all your crap.
Yeah, all this stuff.
I don't need that much space.
No.
I would put the propane tank, design it to where it can go right under, and then cut the tray in like a half.
Aha.
That way, if I pull the tray on the side down, I have
It's gonna
easy
go
access.
all
It's
the
going to go all the
way.
way down. I got access to the handle.
Yeah,
That's how I design it.
People are telling you to just take the propane tank off your Blackstone Sprague to move it.
But
But then it's a pain in the butt.
That's my point.
Now
I'm
I gotta
moving it maybe 3 feet.
Right, you're
so
not moving it far.
I'm going to undo the whole propane process for 3 feet.
That's a pain in the butt.
I'd rather just move it so I complain about it on the air with you guys. That's what I need to do this for, is just so I can bitch and moan about it to you.
This is how we operate.
At 6:10 a.m. I'm like, let me tell you my Blackstone issues in my life.
This is the problems that we're dealing with, all right? You got to make things a little more challenging for yourself around home.
Well, and the scam they've gotten all of us in, no matter what you use, if you're a smoker, you're a regular barbecue, you're a flat stone griddle guy, what I'll tell you the scam they've gotten us on is the attachments. They get you on these, like, if you're a smoker,
Right.
you can put your pork butt
right here.
squarely on, close the damn egg, and then it'll, 7 hours later, it's nice and perfect. But now they're like, what if you bought these attachments, though, that clip on and it rotates, huh? For only $39.99,
Hey.
Swag, your pork butt's now rotating. And before you know
Like it's
it,
a rotisserie chicken? What are we doing
yes,
here?
Nah.
you're looking at your smoker and you've spent an additional $400
Yeah.
on these contraptions
You
that they
don't-
could have just thrown
you
on for an
don't-
extra
You
$100.
don't need the rotisserie for a pork butt.
I'm just saying,
No.
they're going to
The
offer
only
it.
thing, the only I've bought
They're
2
gonna offer it.
extra things. I've bought 2 extra things for my Traeger.
What was it?
One was kind of a metal tray that was more solid. It just had little holes in it. It didn't have the big grill slats. And it's really good for like shrimp and fish, things that tend to maybe fall apart or could fall through, or vegetables like
okay.
asparagus.
Okay.
So, but it's got holes in it so the smoke gets through. It's just smaller.
I got one of those, yeah. That's a good purchase.
That, and then the only other thing I bought was the drumstick rack. So the drumsticks hang up and down.
See what I'm saying? This is something that can fold down and already exists, but they've got. How much did you spend on that?
Oh, $14.95.
It's another $15
That's right.
into Traeger's pocket. They figured, oh, you know what? This drumstick thing could be killer. You're right, it could
I
be.
don't make drumsticks enough in order to get something specific to cook drumsticks. I'm not anti-drumstick.
I'm more of a thigh breast man.
I'm more of a thigh breast
Yeah.
guy or a
Yeah.
wing guy.
I don't buy. Yeah, that's a good point. I
Like,
don't really buy
it's-
Here's
drumsticks.
the
I don't
funny
do
thing.
drumsticks a
You
lot.
go buy like wings you get the big bag at Costco.
Right.
They're like $2.99 to $3.50 a pound. And essentially a drumstick is just a giant wing.
No
yes,
doubt.
it's just a bigger wing.
I find the tendon annoying.
They're 99 cents a pound.
Yeah, they're trying to get rid of those wings, man.
Are you guys big believers in, like, because I know people that are they're this way. They're very if they have a brand, they
gotta
have to
zoom
buy
out
the
my
brand.
Camera. I'm giant this morning.
Yeah,
This is-
you're giant. I'm off center again. I don't know
don't-
where to sit half the time. My camera moves around. I look tiny again. Why are you so big?
Because I'm large and in charge. They
He's
call me
a
large.
giant. You're his little brother, and I'm out here just gonna get eaten again.
They call me Large Marge, man.
But I know people that do this. Like when I go to I go to a Toyota dealer for my electric car, I'll like have a little time before my lift comes to pick me up. So what I'll do is I'll walk around and they have like a little Toyota swag shop, basically.
Oh, there you go.
All the different pieces you can put on your car.
And I'm like, you know how many people buy like a Tundra or a Tacoma and they're like, I gotta buy this TRD mount. And they like very brand oriented. Like if you went to my Blackstone, you'd see like 2 Blackstone items, but you'd also see 3 other tools that have no Blackstone affiliation whatsoever.
No.
Where some people, if you buy a Traeger, everything has to be Traeger. Traeger this, Traeger that.
Yeah.
Everything. Are you guys that way
I'm not
with
that
it?
way at all.
So you
in any
just
way,
be
shape, or form.
ghetto with it and
the
mix and
only
match?
thing I've ever bought, and it was not a product made by the company that made my smoker, is the vegetable kind of great grill that you can put in. Like that's the only thing that I've ever bought. But it was not a like sponsor deal through my smoker. I don't ever go buy anything for it. It's actually almost every piece of equipment is the original piece of equipment, and it still works pretty solid. So I haven't had any issues with it.
Yeah.
And that is definitely a problem in a lot of areas because I see people do that with their cars and trucks. I think golf clubs is another great example.
Golf clubs is a great
like
example
everything's
of that.
got to be
Yes.
tailor-made or Callaway or
No, it doesn't.
Right.
Dude, my whole bag is mix and match, man.
Yep.
Got some Callaway wedges. I got a tailor-made like it's just you're all over the map, dude.
I would say I'm kind of this way in one regard and I've been this way forever. When I had a really rough experience in 4th grade is when I would say it changed. The whole like multi-sports apparels at one time.
Nike socks with
like
Adidas
I had
shoes.
Adidas socks one day with Nike shoes and
Mix
like
and
a
match,
Reebok
man.
shirt, and
Yeah.
everybody made fun of me. And I really, since then, I've been scarred.
Yeah, you have to wear all Nike or all Adidas.
Well, it's no Adidas.
Yeah, it's
all
all
Nike.
All Nike.
It's
for
Nike
you
or
guys.
something else. You know
Well,
what I
I
mean?
have to change up now because obviously when I do pilot stuff, they're all Nike. When the Hops went into the new ballpark, they cut a deal, and so all their stuff is Adidas now.
Yeah.
got a new
Can't go into
sponsorship
Portland with
apparel
3
partner.
stripes, dude.
No.
It's a
So, yeah.
it's a thing. It's a real thing.
Between
3
those
stripes
two,
swoosh.
that is a definite real thing.
Yeah.
Like you can wear something, that's lesser known. Like if
Nobody
you did,
would judge you for that.
If
Yeah.
I
like a
came
random
in with that Uniqlo, or whatever that is,
sure.
tennis shoes, nobody would bat an eye. But yeah, you walk in with some swooshes, all of a sudden.
There's a
you're like,
company called what is it called?
Yeah, it's
UNICEF. What are we doing here?
no.
Are these the
it's-
55 plus shoes?
No. This is tennis. It's out of tennis. I don't know if Federer's involved with it or something.
You're buying tennis shoes, huh?
UNIQLO
There you go.
or something weird.
Unique Flow.
Something like that.
I see. Yeah, I see.
Okay.
I've never seen this brand.
You
but
got the Air Federers?
Dude.
Are those the
I
Federer
don't.
2s or the Federer
It's out
3s?
there
No, I
working on his
don't.
backhand, dude.
I got Nikes, but I had to go buy some Adidas now that the Hops are all Adidas.
Yeah.
I'll do that sometimes when you show up to a round of golf and people will make fun of you, and I love poking back immediately because I'm the guy that will wear like Adidas shoes with Nike socks, Adidas shorts, a tailor-made hat, and then
Golf
just
is a weird one to dress
miss
for.
and match in literally every item of clothing will be
Right.
something different, and then people will give me a hard time. Like, what am I sponsored by Nike? Am I not going to get my endorsers check this week from my local round at Eastmoreland right now? Like, what do you think the ramifications are here?
Is it largely people you end up beating in the round
Yes,
anyway? Like,
like,
dude,
yeah.
my mismatched ass
Exactly.
is still
I'm a
shooting better
look
than
good,
you.
feel good, play
Yeah,
good guy,
they've
but I'm
got
not worried about,
pressed-
I'm wearing my Adidas shoes
Exactly.
today, but my golf socks are Nike. I do love Adidas golf
Right.
shorts, but I don't always wear
And
sometimes
they're
I wear a
wearing
Nike
like
shirt.
pressed Travis Matthews stuff.
I do feel
And
a
then
little
they
odd.
slice the opening tee shot 90 degrees.
I
nice
will
white
feel-
belt, bitch.
yeah.
a little odd when I step to the tee box and it's like I'm wearing my Costco Kirkland shorts that don't say Kirkland, but damn, they are Kirkland. Got to be
bet-
honest with you.
I bet they're incredibly
They're
comfortable.
very comfortable.
affordable as well.
My Callaway or TaylorMade hat or Titleist hat, and then like a Nike shirt that doesn't really fit me very well.
Isn't it funny that kind of stuff? You'll think about it when you get dressed. And you're
Yeah.
like, why am I? Who cares?
But see, of all the outfits I wear, work, parties, dates, the only thing I actually like plan my outfit for is golf.
Yeah.
I do. I like lay it on the bed like
You
I'm
do
getting
it.
ready for prom, and I'm
Right.
like, this kind of goes with that. Maybe that's that. No, we got to go with that hat. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know why I care so much. I'm a terrible golfer.
Our inner lady comes out when we're playing
really
golf.
does.
Golf outfits are a serious deal, dude. Like
Wanna
if
look good.
If you're playing at some sort of regular
That's
clip
right.
and you're getting out there,
I think that's where guys are most judgy in the world.
Golfing.
Yeah, on the golf course.
Interesting. Basketball can be one too.
I could see that. Yeah, if you're still running in those circles, I could see that. I did. Well, we were at the park last night.
Yeah.
And there was an adult league baseball game going on, and I saw a guy wearing a sleeve, and I really wanted to judge.
I've seen that. And he'll tell you there's elbow tendonitis or something, but you're like, no, there's not.
No, there's not.
You're channeling.
I don't blame you. I was that way when I was 13, but this is adult league
you were
baseball.
13.
Come on, man. You need a sleeve to play second base tonight.
All right. Well, good morning. Happy Monday to everybody out there. I don't know if you guys enjoyed the sports weekend, but let's kind of start. We've got a pretty good conference finals in one, and maybe interesting one in the other, about a dud game 7. So a lot to get to in the sports world. Let's start with the weekend that was. Dirt and Sprague on 105.1 The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by Mountaintop Metal Roofing. No maintenance, energy efficient, fire resistant, a lifetime warranty. Do it once, do it right. Visit mountaintopmetalroofing.com. First on the Fan. Pistons a virtual no-show for their Game 7 of the Eastern Conference semifinals at home. They got run out of their own building by the Cavaliers, 125-94. Cleveland now heads to New York. They'll face the Knicks in Game 1 of the East Finals on Tuesday. Tonight it's Game 1 in the Western Conference Finals between the Spurs and Thunder. 5:30 tip on KGW 8. OKC is 6.5-point favorite. With birdies on 16 and 17, Aaron Rai separated himself from the field at Aronimink to win his first major tournament, claiming the 108th PGA Championship at 9 under, 3 shots clear of the field. Timbers got messied in Miami. They fall on the road 2-0, back home hosting San Jose this weekend, while the Thorns grinded to a scoreless draw at home against Angel City FC. Next up, they'll take on Bay FC on Wednesday. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Again, 628 on Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan. What do we rate the sports weekend? How do we feel about the old sports weekend? We heard from Tommy D. We'll talk about that with Eric Gunderson at 7. We'll dive into the audio clips. He did a podcast with Max Kellerman and Rich Paul.
Tom Dundon. Old Cheapo's back.
Well, there's people out there that if hockey really is not your sport, you don't really care about baseball because, well, it's still early and golf isn't your sport. I would argue that was your biggest thing of the weekend.
I would give the weekend a C-, D+ weekend.
Yeah,
D+ weekend.
I kind of felt the same way. I thought the Habs and Sabres game was electric.
The start of it was crazy.
Nuts.
You get a big lead, and then it swings the other way, but then it ends up being a 5-goal win. The third period was irrelevant. So you got 2 great periods, and then one where you're like, whatever, this thing's over.
It was a bit of a bummer ending for such a great start to a hockey game. I was like, dude, this is crazy how
Montreal
this is
felt like they're going to clinch on home ice. We're going to the conference finals, and Buffalo said, how about 7 unanswered goals? How about no? At least we get a Game 7 tonight. But yeah, the third period sucked.
Game 7 in Detroit, Cleveland was, you could turn it off at the third quarter.
Dude, we went to the park. We ate dinner a little bit earlier yesterday. We're like, nice, beautiful evening. Let's go walk around the park, hang out for a bit. I don't need to see the first half of the game. I walk in the door after we get back from our walk. I turn the television on, like, all right, here we go, Game 7. Let's dial in for the second half here as we wind down our weekend. And I'm like, all right, guess we don't need to watch this one.
Turn that off.
This thing's over. They're up by 20 at halftime.
I love your honest approach you've been doing lately for the NBA playoffs. And this is not a fault of you.
Sure.
Because I think a lot of people are operating, I don't need to watch the first half.
It's 5 o'clock on a Sunday. You know what I mean? And it's on Prime. If you want me to watch the first half, put it on network television. All right, don't hide the game on Prime if you want me to watch the first half.
They're done.
Yeah, it's over. Like, there's no. This is it.
That game was cooked.
The whole weekend was kind of bad weather, and then the clouds finally parted. I'm like, let's go for it. Let's go do something. I'm not sitting in the house from 5 on the rest of the evening and wasting the last couple of hours of my weekend.
And then the PGA Championship happened, and you told me Smalley was going to fall to the back, and he was leading after the third. I started laughing.
He technically did fall.
I watched the third round. I'm like, dude, this is not aging well.
Yeah, his third round that's where I thought, it's like, maybe he'll stick around. But
I mean, he stuck around. It wasn't like he faded out of
I can't root for a guy that wears sleeves.
You're anti-sleeves on the golf course guy?
I can't do it. I can't do it.
Now, what if it's cold weather, though?
Cold weather's different. Sleeves and all it was 83 degrees yesterday.
It finally
in
warmed up on the weekend there.
Get out of here with your sleeves.
As long as we clarify, because I've been a sleeves on the course guy in cold weather.
Cold weather, you got to do what you got to do. You got to wear layers. You got to, no issues, all right? I'm not going to judge you at all for your cold weather attire. When it's 85 degrees, if you show up to a golf course wearing compression sleeves, we're going to have issues.
Well,
it ruined my weekend.
And then Aaron Rai won, and
here's what I'll say.
I'm not going to be the poo-pooer of the event.
It's okay,
I will
poo-poo.
admit to you that wasn't really in the front of my mind.
That's okay.
But I'll let you golf nerds nerd out.
Here's what I'll say.
Yes.
It was really disappointing And I mean, I had no beef with Aaron Rai. Great story, right? I didn't know a lot about. I've known Aaron Rai. He's been on the PGA Tour forever. He stands out like a sore thumb. He wears 2 gloves and he's got like 1998.com Windows Update logos on his gear, right? Like he stands out when you see him play, and you immediately judge the iron covers and the 2 gloves. Like those are 2 faux pas for a lot of people. You dig into the backstory of why he does it. It's not, it makes you feel like a jackass for judging him. The gloves was because he grew up in cold weather in England. I guess he got comfortable with it. And then the iron covers is because he grew up in a poor family. And his dad finally bought him a nice set of clubs, and he would clean his clubs every night after he practiced because that was not an easy thing for their family to be able to afford. And so he does it to remind himself of his upbringing. Now, let's get that out of the way, okay? Great story. Congratulations on your career highlight. It ruined my weekend.
Yeah, absolutely.
It ruined my weekend.
Absolutely.
You can judge about what some of the names were on the leaderboard. It was hilarious to see the last 2 guys. The final group had nobody following them all day. No. Everybody was with everybody. Like, they were on the 13th hole. Legitimately, there were like 17 people around the tee box for the last group of a major because everybody was up following Rahm and Rory and all these guys who were actually, big-name guys who were a few holes ahead of them. I have not been that excited for a final round of a PGA Championship in a long time.
Yeah, it looked like it's going to be a big old horse race.
There was a moment before Smalley got to 6 under at the end of Saturday where there was like 39 people within 3 shots of the lead.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
And there was a lot of no names in there, but a lot of big-time names in there.
Yep.
And it was like, all right, here we go. This is going to be awesome. And it was nothing. There was just nothing happening on Sunday. Nobody could make birdies. Everybody hovered around the same territory. Nobody was able to go on a run and here we go. So-and-so made a couple of birds in a row. And then Aaron Rai just kind of strangled the tournament out in the back 9. He played fantastic. Congrats to him, but it ruined my weekend.
The round, I would say, because when you read about post-PGA championships or any major, like I will scour the interwebs for good stories.
Yeah.
The best story I came around was, once upon a time, him and his dad were on a practice putting green watching the pros do it. Nobody knew his skill set was building in that moment.
Who, Aaron Rai?
Yeah, because he hit the long putt on, what was it, 17?
Yes, he drained a long one.
So that PGA Championship, for me, and I can only speak for me, sucked. But I was told this morning, I'm not a golf fan.
No, you're not.
You don't like golf.
You're not a golf fan.
I was poo-pooed on my poo-pooing of the event.
What made it hurt even more for me was that I bet on Rory. You ready for this? I bet Rory shot his 4 over 74 on Thursday.
Yeah, it's a good time to bet him.
I put $6 on Rory. You know what the buyout of that or the payout of that bet if it would have hit was?
I'm going to guess he was,
for a $6 bet,
I'm going to say he was probably, what, plus $1,800?
$530 payout for a $6 bet. At one point,
Dude,
when
he was
Smalley
right
Smalley made a double bogey on 6 or somewhere in the front 9, where he came back down and the leaders were at 5 and he was at 400. He was 1 shot off the lead. I opened up my DraftKings app just to see what that thing looked like.
cash out?
Could you cash
The
out?
cash out option for my $6 bet was $75. He was a shot off the lead with
that's
2
tough.
par 5s to go.
That's so much money,
And
though.
it's a $500 payout.
$6 bet, you said?
$6 bet to win $500. A cash out option is $70. And then by the time
we're killing you if you cash out.
and then he wins because I cost myself $400.
But we're also going to kill you if you don't cash out.
Because at that point,
money.
he had made the birdie early to get to 4 under. He was playing, he missed a birdie putt. Like Rory was right there with an opportunity. And then he messed up the 9th hole, which is a par 5. And I'm like, that buyout or the payout dropped, or buyback or whatever they call it, from $70 down to $28. And I'm like, well, at that point, it's not worth it. Let's hold on to the ticket. So that made it sting even more.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm speaking more to the doesn't watch every tournament golf person out there.
I see
That's all I can
your
do.
reaction to the outcome is totally fine. Aaron Rai winning a major championship is a forgettable major championship. You could ask me in 5 years who won the PGA that year, and maybe I'll be able to tell you because of the 2-glove thing. But this will go down as one of those like, oh, yeah, that's right. He did win that major.
It's an off-the-beaten-path major winner, and
Yeah.
that happens from time to time. That's what that sport can generate. But as I told Swag, it was the Pistons-Spurs finals.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to really talk about it.
Yeah.
There's nothing exciting about Aaron Rai. I was trying to wrap my brain around, was he a friend of the program? Did we interview Aaron Rai and weren't mixing his name up with somebody else?
We did not have it. I don't think we've ever had Aaron Rai.
I
on
don't
the show.
believe we've had Aaron Rai
I couldn't even remember which Aaron I was thinking of. Was it Rai? Was it Sty? I don't know who it was.
The only professional golfers that I know we've had on the show, Tommy Two Gloves, talk about Two Gloves, Gainey, we had on years ago. He did not have a long professional career, or I guess PGA Tour career. We had Carlos Ortiz on the show. I think you
Yeah.
missed that one. I don't think you were at that show.
He won the first of the Winco tournament.
I missed
the
that
Winco.
one.
Yeah, I think you were
I
out
missed
for.
that
You were
one.
doing the Hood to Coast or something that
Yeah.
weekend, and so we had him on because he won he went on to win the.
He went
tournament
on to win
the week we had him on, and then our guy Kashmir Keith Mitchell we had
right.
on
I remember
from the
yeah.
driving range. He's a big Georgia fan, and we gave him a hard time.
And
about,
now Bryce Fisher as well. Who
And now
I think
Bryce
finished-
Fisher.
I think he finished dead last.
he might have beaten Bryson though.
I think score-wise, I looked on Saturday
he
and
might
I think
have.
he was dead last.
He might. Okay, well,
I hope he wasn't.
Maybe not.
Dirt and Sprague jinx it's alive.
Either way, he played in a PGA Championship.
I just was thinking and look, this is not a barometer here that you have to use, but I like to use it. On my ESPN and Athletic homepages, just the homepage,
Yeah.
it wasn't even one of the top stories mentioned. And that was at 5:45 after he had won about, an hour and a half, 2 hours after he won?
That's a little weird, yeah.
And,
Even if it's a no-name guy,
yeah.
it should still be at least
was
on the leaderboard there.
They're kind of telling me what I think, and this is not going to be the highest rated
The
PGA
PGA Championship is always fighting for what is our identity, how do we stand out, and this year was unique because there was a lot of debate and controversy about the pin setup and the low scores, and it played more like a U.S. Open for a shorter course. It generated a lot of buzz inside the golf world throughout the course of the weekend, which sometimes the PGA Championship doesn't. They were just missing one of their guys going on a run on Sunday. If Rahm gets hot on the back nine and wins, it's a memorable PGA Championship. If Rory wins back-to-back majors, it's a memorable PGA Championship. Xander was in the mix. Cam Smith, we haven't heard from Cam
Rory
Smith in 5
McIlroy,
years.
Justin Rose, Patrick Reed.
A lot of guys in contention. There's none of them could get hot.
All
on
of them
Sunday.
finished
It was Aaron Rai.
at least tied within the top 10.
Yeah.
I know I'm splitting hairs here with you guys because you're different. I think for most people, though, if I say Aaron Rai and Patty Reed, I think it's kind of the same thing in people's minds.
Patty
that aren't
Reed, sure, I'll
diehards.
give you that. That's
but
fine.
the other names, no doubt about it.
Aaron Raya is like J.J. Spawn winning the U.S. Open.
Yeah, no, yes.
Because
he
he
won
did it
last
in
year.
similar fashion. He made a miraculous just drop the mic putt on 17. Same thing Spawn did late. He made that.
Yeah, but 50-footer or whatever.
Yeah. And so at least he won it. It wasn't like guys were flailing around. Everybody else was kind of,
Stuck
struggling.
in neutral, yeah.
You had a golf course that we hadn't seen I think a decade ago. It was used, Aronimink was used for one of the
For the
FedEx,
BMW.
FedEx Cup playoffs.
2018.
But it hadn't hosted a major since Gary Player in '62, and I thought it stood up well. I was impressed with the golf course. And
If you have pros complaining throughout the course of the week about how hard
You've done
it
a
is,
good job.
you've done a good job.
I agree with
Like,
that.
this is unfair. No, it's not. You're a professional
because there was
golfer.
all
Figure
sorts
it
of
out.
chatter early in the week. Well, we got these big wide fairways, and people are going to shoot 18 under, and it's going to look
that
like
was
a
put
rig.
to bed early in the
Yeah.
first round. They realized that was not going to be the case. And then yet, locally, the Ducks lost in softball.
They did, yeah.
They
Baseball team won, though, at least 2 out of 3.
Baseball team won, and then the Timbers got blanked by Messi, and then your thorny 0-0 draw. Just nothing worse than a
No,
sport.
that's the worst thing in
It was
sports.
a D-plus
0-0
weekend.
draw is the worst
How'd the
thing.
Preakness go? Did anybody watch the Preakness?
Nobody
No.
cares.
Yeah.
The Derby winner didn't
He
race,
didn't even
so
run
who
in the
cares?
race. Yeah.
D-plus weekend is a proper grade, I think.
Not a lot going on. Game 7s were duds. Game
Yep.
6 were duds. PGA Championship winner was a dud. A lot of duds this weekend.
But things to look forward to. We'll get to Tom
Ooh.
Dundon and Gundy at 7. A little bit of a peekaboo on something. I know we'll talk about it at the final hour of the show, or maybe the third. I don't know. But something I want to peekaboo coming up next. I'll tell you what it is. Dirt and Sprague 105.1 The Fan. right, welcome back in. Some fun little things that happened over the weekend. One was watching Bobby Witt Jr. confuse a St. Louis Cardinal. Did you guys see that play on Saturday?
The IQ level of that was
So
when you
good.
see guys do that. There was a famous Ichiro one years ago where he knew a ball was over his head and he pretended as if he was going to catch it.
Yeah.
And then let the ball hit off of the wall behind
So it
him.
bounced right to him.
Everybody was tagging up, and then he turned around and got. I think everybody only advanced one base because he's standing there with his glove
Yeah.
up. When you see those kind of plays, man, you appreciate it because to have that wherewithal in the middle of a game to do something like that is next level. Even with the third base coach yelling at him, "Go! He doesn't have the ball.
He just
doesn't
held
have
the
the ball.
glove on
He's
him
just
like,
holding
I
the
got
glove.
it.
He's
I
like,
got it.
No, I'm not going anywhere.
That was a really good play in fooling a base runner. And then I sent you guys this on Friday. Talk about a headline. Montreal strippers call for strike during Canadian Grand Prix weekend.
Amen, brother.
I mean, what a
Stick
headline.
it to the man, all right? You think you're going to bring your billionaires in here for a Grand Prix race and you're not going to pay our strippers what they deserve?
You ain't taxing this pussycat.
No.
Oh, no, you ain't.
Give me
Not this
livable
weekend.
wages, all right? Give me a pay increase. Good for them. Stick it to the man. Stand up for what's right.
Have fun at those clubs and those strippers.
How disappointed were all those billionaires if that ends up holding and there's an actual strike.
Is there a bougier sport than F1?
Ooh.
I can't. There's
Sailing?
sports I can't speak to. Like, is cricket bougie?
I don't know.
That's a good question.
Is
I don't know
polo's
enough
got
about
to
it.
be bougie?
Yeah.
Polo's for sure.
But like of
bougie.
sports that are in the lexicon of
Yeah.
sport, it has to be F1.
How do you decipher between
Yeah.
that? That's a good point. Polo and F1.
Like F1
or
is
sailing.
Yeah, polo's a get together.
Right.
Sailing is an event.
Dressage is bougie. Also not a sport.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's again an event.
Right.
F1 is a sport.
The idea of going to an F1, I just, never say never because if somebody gave me tickets for
I'd do the
free, I'd go.
500.
Would you like the Indy 500?
Yeah, because it's a big circle.
That I would do. The F1, like you don't
the
see
course,
'em.
the track. Yeah, the tracks where you disappear. Like, what am I watching?
Of all the things to go to and spend an insane amount of money on, that might be the bottom of my list. I'm not even a tennis guy. I'd much rather like tennis. Not even close. I'd
Wimbledon
rather go,
would be dope.
Or US, any of them.
Yeah,
I'd
any
rather
of
go
them.
to
Yeah,
because you're
US
sitting
Open
there
in New
watching
York.
them go back and forth playing at night. Be great if you're if you're at an F1 race and you pay a lot of money to get in. How much time do you actually spend seeing the cars
Right.
drive by you?
It depends the course, but yeah.
Sure. If you're in a straightaway, maybe because I'm sure they exist.
That was the complaint at Vegas is you literally didn't see the cars. You just,
Okay, they're gone. Let's
They're
wait.
gone.
How long until they do another lap too? Now I gotta wait like
minute and a half, 2 minutes.
All right. No. Okay.
Who was in first? It looked like a
So
red
what do you
car,
guys
but I
want to do
couldn't
after this?
tell.
No. What should we do for dinner?
At least in NASCAR people, it's like the same thing.
You're lapping around. If an accident happens, you're seeing the accident.
I get it,
More
man.
power to the NASCAR people.
Tom Dundon did a podcast interview to set the record straight.
That's right.
And we'll talk with Eric Gunderson at 7. We'll play the audio clips in the second hour. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, come on down. Welcome to the back-to-back NBA MVP club.
Yes.
As he beat out Jokic, who got second, and Wemby got third.
Not a surprise. The only funny part about this was Shams tweeting it at 7 o'clock in the morning and Amazon getting incredibly butthurt with him for doing so.
Blake Griffin was like, dude, it's Sunday. Go eat brunch, you nerd.
Yeah, I'd imagine the NBA is not thrilled with their MVP after waiting weeks for some reason into the playoffs to announce it.
Talk to an agent, dude.
Having it leaked by Shams at 7 o'clock in the morning, probably because he forgot the automated tweet of AM PM and it tweeted out at AM instead of PM.
No, I think he wanted to just
And
be
maybe
the
he
guy
did.
who spoiled it. He did that with draft picks. I think he wanted to do that. But he joins the exclusive club of back-to-back MVPs. Talk about an exclusive club here. Now, this is my crack research. This could be in an article. This could be on a podcast. Somebody could set the record straight on the fan text line, which is 503-864-6326. I'm looking up my research, and I'm not seeing a whole lot of NBA players since 1977. So the start in what I think is the NBA.
Right.
Just coincidentally when the Blazers won the title.
So we got one?
So starting at that point,
We got one?
I am not finding a whole lot of evidence of guys that have won back-to-back MVPs and won the championship back-to-back.
Oh, that's a good point.
The same things have happened to them. And by the way, if they get to the finals and win it, I'd be willing to bet a large sum he's going to be the finals MVP. So you have that mystique as well. But I went
Yes.
through and I looked at league MVPs, paired with champions with the back-to-back stuff.
Yeah, what are we talking? Jordan probably did it in the early 90s, I'd imagine.
Jordan did it.
Bird won multiples in a row. Did they win back-to-back titles in that stretch?
Bird did not.
Okay, he won 3 MVPs
He won
in a row.
MVPs, but the
they
Celtics
didn't win back-to-back
did
titles.
not.
Back-to-back titles.
Yeah, in the 80s, so from 1980, it went Lakers, Celtics, Lakers, Sixers, Celtics, Lakers, Celtics.
Yeah, no, he
so
won.
he won 2 and 3.
Yeah.
But his back-to-back years didn't line up with championships.
Winning 3 MVPs in a row is pretty wild.
That's pretty nuts.
Pretty nuts. Yeah, I think Jordan, according to my quick...
There's one more.
Oh, who's the other one?
He's more recent.
More recent.
LeBron.
LeBron James.
Actually, wait. Yeah, 12 and 13.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He won back-to-back in
Thunder
Miami.
and then Spurs.
Okay.
So other than that, dude, like Karl Malone, Shaq has 1 MVP.
Shaq's only got 1 MVP?
Only had 1 career MVP. Isn't that crazy?
That is pretty
In their
wild.
three-peat run, it was Karl Malone, Shaq, Duncan. Or no, Shaq, Iverson, Duncan.
Shaq got, Iverson
Shaq,
got one
Iverson,
in 2000, 2001, the year they made the finals.
Iverson
and then Duncan
probably
won.
deserved one. I mean, come on. What are
And
we
so
doing
did
here?
Tim Duncan. Like, I don't have any issue with that. That's a tough part with all this. It's like there's
Kareem
no
never
right answer.
had it back
Didn't
to
line up for Kareem. I went and looked it up because Magic ended up winning most of them in the 80s when they won titles. Kareem's
Yeah.
were in the 70s.
Kareem's first one, I mean, he won
75.
multiple with the Bucks.
Yep.
He won 6.
71, 72, and then he won 73, 74 with the Bucks. He did win in 75, 76, 76, 77 with the Lakers, but we obviously won the championship
won in
one of those
77.
years. And then he won again his final one in 79, 80.
Yeah.
Was his last one. So it's only happened 2 other times.
Isn't that crazy?
That is pretty wild, at least in the modern era.
That's rarefied all-time great era.
Because I'm
right
sure
there.
Bill Russell did it in the 60s, technically.
Yeah,
Like,
look,
sure
I'm
that
not
counts,
saying it's
but-
never happened, but
Right.
I'm starting at a start point of 77. If
Yeah.
I did 77 as the cutoff and up, twice.
Yeah, and I'm not the biggest fan of his game, but there's no disagreeing with the talent level and how skilled of a player he is and how good he is. And there's no these debates are tough because there's no right answer. There's no wrong answer. Like,
Well, there's what are you looking for an answer
Well, like
of? He's just
Wemby-
going to be in an all-time historical
Oh, no,
category
I know.
of
I'm
player
sure. I saw
achieving
some
something.
pushback against him winning back-to-back MVPs, which, hey, that's music to my ears because I'm not the biggest SGA guy.
Yeah.
Like, Wemby is a unicorn and does stuff differently than SGA, and he's so much more impactful on one end of the floor than SGA is, but SGA is the better overall offensive player. So how do you gauge that and how do you judge that? I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, Jokic again averaged a triple-double?
I believe so, yeah.
So
I mean, he
in
got
that-
second, so.
I know, but another season where you have a center in the NBA averaging a triple-double, and just imagine saying that 15 years ago.
We're numb to the stat.
We're numb to the stat now, which is, but still, like, let's not be numb to the stat. He's a center averaging a triple-double.
So would you not have voted for SGA?
I'm not
if
saying
I
I
gave you an
wouldn't
MVP
have.
vote?
I'm just saying there's no right or wrong answer to me.
I
Because I
gave you
saw this
mine.
debate yesterday of who should win it and he
Yeah.
shouldn't win it. This guy should win it. How does Jokic not win it?
He
How does Wemby not
overwhelmingly won it.
He did. He ran away with like a freight train.
I would have voted Wemby.
I'd have no issue voting for
But
Wemby.
the problem with Jokic and Wemby, and I think you can use this on SGA as well, those guys missed time, and their teams, like the Spurs, were plus in differential. Their record was fine. The Nuggets, we thought they were going to crater. They actually held serve, and Jamal Murray had a great run. They got him an all-star bid.
They did.
So I think the hard thing is like, and I don't know how you quantify value. Like, would the Thunder completely crater into a mountain without him?
No, I don't think
No,
so.
but I don't think they get to the finals.
They're not the 1 seed.
Are the Spurs getting to a finals without Wemby? I mean, you can make that point, I think, for a lot of players in the league.
Yes.
So it's really hard, I think, in this era of how you put value on what each of these guys are. But SGA, he could join rarefied air of back-to-back MVPs and back-to-back NBA champions.
Clippers had to feel good yesterday. We
Not
passed
great.
on MJ, but at least we didn't trade away a multiple time MVP. Oops.
Damn it. Loaded second hour. Tom Dundon spoke. He did a podcast interview with Max Kellerman and Rich Paul, setting the record straight. Let's talk a little bit about what we heard. We'll play the clips, but we'll kick off hour 2 with Eric Gunderson, a Blazer banter. Dirt and Sprague, 105.1 The Fan.
George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by Mountaintop Metal Roofing. No maintenance, energy efficient, fire resistant, and a lifetime warranty. Do it once, do it right. Visit mountaintopmetalroofing.com. First on the Fan, the NBA Conference Finals matchups are all set. Not much of a contest in Game 7 in the Eastern semis in Detroit. The Pistons rolled over for the Cavs, losing 125-94. Cleveland now on their way to New York. They'll take on the Knicks in Game 1 Tuesday. Tonight it's Game 1 in the Western Conference Finals. Spurs and Thunder ready to show down. 5:30 tip on KGW 8. OKC a 6.5-point favorite. Aaron Rye won his first major of his career. Did it in impressive fashion. Birdies on 16 and 17 at Aronimink to distance himself from the field, winning at 9 under, 3 shots clear. Timbers didn't go so well against Messi in Inter Miami. They fall 2-0 on the road. Back home this weekend to host the Earthquakes. The Portland Thorns grinded out a scoreless draw at home against Angel City FC. They will play Wednesday against Bay FC. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy out. WarrenAllen.com.
This is the Fan. 1080 AM, The Fan.
Hey, welcome back in. Hour number 2, Dirt and Sprague here on 105.1 The Fan Sports Network, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, and YouTube. Good morning. Happy Monday, everybody. A lot to get to here in the second hour of the radio program. Doing a little backwards this morning, but we had booked this guest on Friday, so I just wanted to leave it there.
Yeah, why not?
We originally booked our guest, Eric Gunderson of Blazer Banter, the Blazer Banter Substack. You find him on Twitter at Blazer Banter. Gundy giving the hot takes.
He's pro Young Hansen. We needed him to answer to his tweets. What's going on here, Gundy?
Yeah, he's buying up all your Young Hansen stock as a big that can move the basketball, as we see in the playoffs. So it originally started at us just like, hey, let's get Gundy on and have fun on Monday because there might not be a lot of big things happening in sports.
And then it got brought up on a podcast where the agent of the player was telling the owner of the team, why don't you play him? He was like, I'm not going to do it, man.
Oh, and then we got coaching news, too.
Yes.
There's some more names. We got an old familiar face left his post to be the head coach again.
Come on back, man.
So joining us now on a timely interview is Eric Gunderson again, Blazer Banter Substack. Good morning, Gundy. How much stock have you accumulated between Friday and now of Young Hansen LLC?
I mean, there's a lot of sellers these days, so it's pretty easy to buy it at a pretty cheap price. Yeah, I mean, it was funny. That interview was hilarious. Yeah, man. I mean, I know it's definitely a minority opinion these days to still be high on Hansen, but I mean, I do think he still has. I think he has some skills, and I think a lot of stuff defensively that he's got to learn is all like mental stuff. I think he can get there. It's just like he's got to learn this game. But I do think he has a great feel still, and I think when you're watching the playoffs, guys that have high feel are succeeding when, the scouting reports are super tight and dialed. But, it's going to be a long time before Hansen's seeing the floor at the playoffs. I know that much.
Well, let me ask you this, Gundy, because I'm curious. I saw your tweet, and I just started laughing because everybody's responding to you, and everybody's yelling at each other about Young Hansen stock, right? Now, the one area that I will grant you, because every time I've seen him step onto an NBA floor, it's like he looks slow. It doesn't look like there's no impact that's anywhere near the short-term future. The one thing that I will grant you, Gundy, is the basketball savant that you are. You watch G League tape. You watch G League highlights. You watch G League games. I don't. I've never watched a G League game in my. Actually, that's not true. The Scoot Wemby game I did watch one time. Outside of that, I haven't seen it. So when you're seeing him play at obviously a lower level, what is it about the highlights that you watch that gives you that hope that maybe some of the people the fears that people have about when he steps onto the NBA floor won't be quite as large?
I mean, the first thing that stands out is that he's a great screen setter, which I know is like a really, people be like, okay, yeah, that's easy. But like, I mean, he really makes impact. And then like when he rolls, it's almost like he's creating space in the lane, almost like a fullback and like a guy that can drive like right behind him to get to the rim. And his passing is super, super strong. His post moves are improving. I think all those things, I really like that. When I watched him in the G League playoffs, they were, teams were forced to double team him and try to get the ball out of his hands and make someone else beat them, which to me, if these teams in the G League are showing that respect to him, he's got to be doing something right if you're getting double teamed. And so, like, those are signs to me that, like, it's not all is not lost with the kid. And also, too, like, he's a kid. He is learning a completely new language. He's learning a completely new game. And, like, I think one of the things that, it was slowly being, known is, like, this guy didn't have to box anybody out in China. This guy didn't have to chase out shooters to the three-point line in China and rotate because they weren't making threes like even G League players do. And so, like, I think a lot of his game is a lot of what is happening right now is learning the speed of the game and where actions come from. I mean, I don't think he's like any slower than Donovan Clingan. I just think Clingan has played more high-level basketball and knows where attacks are going to come from and where a drive is going to be or where a guy on the backside where you can anticipate. And anticipation is such a big part of being a good big man. And I think that is going to come with time and reps. But I think the G League is a good place to learn that, especially against quicker players. But yeah, it's going to be a while. He still needs to work on stuff. And this is a huge summer for him. This is his first full summer as an NBA player in an NBA program. And I'm excited to see, how he looks coming into next year. Like, I am still intrigued by his talent. And even though, he looked bad this season, but I think also too with young players, a lot of times, like with Scoot, it'll look bad before it's going to get better. And I think that's something to remember about young players.
I cannot believe on May 18th we are talking about Jan Hansen. I don't know what that says about all of us, but I love that it's happening. Now,
I just love the take because Gundy is setting himself up for if this turns out to be a situation where he gets good, Gundy is going to have the ultimate last laugh on everybody.
Look, I want to move on because there's other stuff that actually happened. I didn't think there would be, but there was. And so before I do that, I just want to ask very quickly, so if we sign Rob Will or don't sign Rob Will, like, he needs to learn the game. Give me there has to be a deadline on this. This can't be a 9-year open-ended take, and he pops in like
5-year window.
8.
5-year-old Neil O'Shea window. Give it time.
Is it 2 more seasons? Like, you think we see it pop in 2 more seasons, and then it's bust or no bust type stuff?
I think you got to start seeing some growth in his game. I think starting next season.
Okay.
I think you do have to start seeing it. Like, he's got to have some level of productivity. Look, if Rob comes back, there's still going to be a lot of games where he won't play. So, which means that should be opportunities for Hansen to play. I do think if this team wants to be take a next step, I do think they need to keep Rob though. Like, I think that is a non-negotiable, and I think Rob too. Like, great feel for the game, good passer out of the pick and roll, and that's also too something I'd love to see Donovan Clingan develop, because I think when teams sell out on Denny or when they were double teaming Scoot, like, there was just not a whole lot there. And so, like, they've got to be able to make some plays when, these guys are getting double teamed.
Yeah. Eric Gunnarsson, our guest here, Blazer Substack, Blazer Banter is where you can find him on social media.
All right, a lot of talk, Gundy, about we're going to lose the Portland Trailblazers to the Seattle Super Blazers, or maybe the Kalamazoo Kazoos.
Oh, yeah.
We got a cheap owner who doesn't travel two-way, guys, and won't buy us T-shirts. I'm assuming you watched the interview with Kellerman and Rich Paul over the weekend, and some in-depth stuff that we really, outside of the press conference, really for Dundon and some written interviews, we haven't really got a chance to hear from him. I'm curious what you made of what he said, and did it settle any of the fears that you have?
Yeah, honestly, like, he comes across pretty likable in the interview. Obviously he was saying that it was, I think he was talking about the two-way players being a distraction. I don't think that's necessarily like why they're there. Like, obviously they're helping the team to, like, go through walkthroughs and to be someone that other guys can work out against and things like that. I think he also, the admission that like he just didn't understand what he was getting into, and that is different from hockey, I thought was a good admission of humility. And so, I thought the interview was interesting. There was some odd tangents in it for sure, but like I came away feeling good. And he talked about the arena, and it seemed like again he was using the references to Carolina and how everyone thought they were going to move it, and it's like they worked out a deal. And I think what's happening right now between the city and the Blazers is a negotiation, which is exactly what happened in Raleigh when they got the arena renovated and things like that. So, of course, there's still, until the vote gets done, of course, there's going to be some anxiety though. On whether it gets done or not, but it doesn't seem like he's like pushing it. And one of the other things too is like, relocation is complicated, and it's also, I think the underlying thing is there's a fee.
Right.
And so like he clearly doesn't seem very keen on paying money for no reason. So I think he really does want to keep the team here. I just think it's on the city now to actually make sure that happens.
Yeah, we'll get to the audio clips when we get done with you, but I think you're so right of like people just overlook the fact like the same people that want to call him this big cheapskate are just not talking about that he's going to have to pay money,
hundreds of millions of dollars,
if he wants to relocate a franchise to an arena that he doesn't own, and he'll have to kind of be at the whims of another city. Now, let me ask you this. I'm just kind of curious with Tom Dundon and kind of the narratives about him, and I've texted with people off the record about it, other media members in the market and stuff. And I certainly wouldn't try to act like it hasn't been evident or we haven't seen elements that are cheap. He admittedly himself will just tell you, like, I think there's ways to save a couple bucks, and maybe that's a big deal in the NBA. Maybe it ultimately will prove not to be a big deal. But what have you made of there just seems to be a weird thing about this. For most of my lifetime, it's been they're going to leave. And it's like people take turns writing the same story and have for my entire life. And so, like, if they sign a lease, I think we're going to, on the show, celebrate a party and kind of laugh at everybody that's been writing about it. I'm kind of curious your just general thoughts of, like, why this forever is just going to be a story. Like, even if they signed a 25-year lease, I feel like somebody in year 4 of that lease would be like, why that lease might not be such a sure thing.
Not ironclad.
Click on my article to read why.
I do think, look, as much as like we love Portland, we love where we live. There is a bit of an inferiority complex around here, about the city, where people just around here just love to, shoot it down, even though they all live here too. And it's like, I don't know, I don't really get it. Like, I don't know what they gain from it, the self-deprecation, but not in a funny way. It's like this anxiety thing. And they also know that I think Portland fans are like, they are worried about it. And sports fans do worry about potentially losing the team. So, I think it's just always going to be and it kind of also aligns with like a lot of the narratives about Portland big picture wise, where it's like, oh man, like I can't believe this. It's just another sign that the city is failing and all this stuff. And it's like, people just love to be sad. I mean, we get like, I think that's also something about some Portland that we always love to find a way to be like, no, it can't be this.
We can't have nice things. I've been saying it for like 5 years now. This is why.
I agree. You're totally right, Sprague.
Just annoying.
Last one I got for you, Gundy. I'm excited for this offseason. I think one of the things in change of ownership, at least it has given me hope that I think we'll have some fireworks this summer. And not to say that Jody was never capable of doing that, but we certainly got kind of a blueprint of let's just run it back, kind of same team, pretty similar look year after year. I do expect big moves. Are you with me? Are you thinking this is a fireworks summer for Portland?
Yeah, I do. I do. I think Dundon, clearly is very competitive. And, I think one of the good things about him is that, like, in the national media and a lot of fans of Western Conference teams with this Oklahoma City, San Antonio Western Conference Finals are like, woe is us. Is anyone ever going to beat them? Is this going to be the conference finals for the next 7 or 8 years? And I think Dundon doesn't care about that. I think Dundon's like, no, let's line it up and let's play. And so I think that's one of the things I like about him is his competitiveness. And so Yeah, I do expect there to be some big moves. Obviously, I think my caution is make sure it's the right one if you're gonna put chips on the table like these draft picks and stuff like that, because I know that these are out in 2028 and 2029 and all that stuff, but one of the reasons why Oklahoma City is they had those other picks from other teams and were able to take more shots at the apple in the draft. And so for a market like Portland, you don't want to just give that up unless you're getting something that is truly special in return.
Final one for you there, Gundy, because we appreciate the time early. I know you got a busy day ahead of you. Just the Stein and Heiken stuff have come out about coaches and names being thrown out. I don't know when they'll announce it. I assume it feels like they're kind of close to making an announcement. We got names out there: Jared Dudley, Steve Hetzel, Micah Nori from Minnesota. And then one of the interesting ones that emerged is we had somebody leave the lead assistant job at a pretty nice place at Steve Kerr and Steph Curry to throw his hat back in the ring and say, I want to go back to Portland, walk hello down, Tear Bear, Terry Stotts. Oh, yeah. Where would you be right now of the names you've heard? Like, I don't know how to separate the assistants because we've never seen them be largely head coaches, but like Terry Stotts being back in the equation and where you're at with the coaching search.
I mean, hey, I love Terry Stotts. I think too this team, half court offense, they could use a guy who's a great offensive tactician in Terry Stotts. Now, I do want to say I still think it would be kind of bad karma for the basketball gods if they did not bring Tiago Splitter back, but it does seem like they're probably not going to do that. I guess of all the other guys, I mean, I do like I'm into the idea of Micah Nori. Chris Finch is, I think, one of the best coaches in the NBA to learn from. But, I mean, the Terry thing is intriguing. So, yeah, there's a lot of names. And then Steve Hetzel, Summer League champion. I mean, come on, guys. like Blazers Summer League legend. So, that's also, a factor here. So, yeah, no, but the names, I mean, when you're interviewing like 30 people, you're going to find your way to some good names, I think, eventually.
We'll get you out of here. I like what you said there, though I have an admission with you. I've lived my whole life with the belief, and I think I've given up the idea and belief in basketball gods. I think I'm a sports atheist now. The Mavericks winning the lottery and the Wizards winning the lottery have not given me any faith that sports gods or basketball gods specifically are real. I think I'm out. I'm a basketball atheist.
Okay.
I mean, it's pretty awful to give the Mavericks the number one pick after doing the stupidest thing.
We can't be doing this.
OKC
steals the team and they're getting nothing but MVPs.
Yeah,
come on.
Come on. Oklahoma City's reigning supreme, 3 different versions of it. What are we doing?
The devil
here?
reincarnated. They keep getting rewarded, man.
Find his Substack, give all his hot takes. He got things like, hey, I'm buying all the Young Hansen stock.
If you got stock, he'll buy it from you right now.
And he's one of my favorite ball knowers out there, even when I don't agree with him. He's a good friend of the program. Eric Garcia Gunderson, Blazer Banter Substack. Thank you, Gundy. We appreciate the time.
Appreciate it, guys.
All right, there we go. Eric Gunderson with his takes on all things Blazer-related, Dundon, Young Hansen, the coaching search, you name it.
I disagree strongly on the Young Hansen take, but it's always good to hear differing views, and who knows who ends up being right there. It's a massive summer for him. I think he also highlighted the main issue in the same interview, where if they want to be competitive right now, who needs to be back next year? Robert Williams. And if Robert Williams is back next year,
how many minutes is Young going to get?
Young
to really
Hansen's
prove?
Not going to play. You're not going to play
get
3
like 10
centers.
minutes a game. But that's what we're looking at. Yeah. What can you do in 10 minutes?
Whose minutes is he taking away? Klingon's or Rob Williams? Because you're not playing them on the floor at the same time.
That's a fair thing.
So it's just that highlights the entire issue that we are facing, where on the one hand, he needs playing time to get better. On the other hand, we're in a win-now mode, and we don't have the playing time for him.
Well, we'll get to the Dundon audio. We pulled it from the podcast, at least the big ones, and we got all the clips that we're going to play. He did the random interview, which, by the way, side note, I mean, the lighting on that podcast.
Can't see a damn thing.
What is that?
I
understand mood lighting, but like with them, Dundon I could see just fine. By the way, wearing a Rip City hat, not a Whalers hat.
He was wearing a Rip City hat.
Maybe he's 10 toes down in Portland
now. He was not wearing a Kalamazoo Kazoos hat. There were no Kazoos on that hat anymore.
The theory about the hat he's wearing and the subliminal messages. Maybe Rip City means he's getting that money.
For a cheap guy who appears to wear the free hats that people give him, I think reacting to a Whalers hat might have been a little premature.
But again, we're going through negotiation stuff. Yeah. That being said, we'll get to the audio part of this. I have come to the conclusion, I don't know how big or not big the swing they're going to take is this summer. Maybe they add a guy and we're like,
Yeah, that's it, huh?
yeah, and I think guys like you are going to poo-poo the team, and I get it. I think I'm sitting right now in a spot of like, you're not catching the two teams that are tipping off tonight in one season. It's just not happening. Can you jump to be one of the top 5 or 6 teams in the West next year? Give me that. Give me that, and then like start tweaking as you go, because the idea that just you're one move away, it's a little too far-fetched to play that game. You need to be sitting more in the, not to pick up a name we all dislike, Neil O'Shea, but like you're willing to make the move. You're winning 50 games, 49 games, you're in the mix, but are you going to make that one move tweak that could put you over the top? You got to make that move. They have to go about it that way. Trying to catch them in a year or 2 years,
right?
I just don't know how feasible that is, especially the team in Oklahoma City.
Yeah, this was a debate that happened across the weekend because a lot of comments came out from Minnesota fans of like hopelessness of how do we make a move that puts us. The way that series ended, you don't feel like you're anywhere close to beating San Antonio, let alone OKC. And I thought Sam Quinn of CBS had a great point where basically it was like, if you're not just going to give up and fully tank, which isn't really going to be a thing maybe going forward, right? It's not feasible.
Yeah.
Not sitting on your hands is dumb. Like you should try and get yourself within a distance of, hey, if we get into a 7-game series with them and one of their guys goes down with a calf strain, can we capitalize? Yeah. Like getting into that, you're never going to match them. You're never going to be able to be better than them. You're not going to beat them in the regular. Like it's just not going to happen from a win-loss records perspective in the regular season. But getting within striking distance and finding matchups that maybe could give those teams problems is how you should handle your offseason.
Let's roll on hour number 2. We got Tom Dunn in audio. He did the interview podcast with Max Kellerman and Rich Paul. We'll get some clips to you coming up next. Dirt and Sprague, hour 2 rolls on 105.1 The Fan.
From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Pistons no showing for Game 7 of the Eastern Conference semifinals at home. The Cavs took them apart, 125-94. And now Cleveland goes to Madison Square Garden to face the Knicks in Game 1 of the East Finals on Tuesday. Tonight, Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals begins in OKC. Spurs and Thunder, 5:30 tip on KGW 8. Oklahoma City, a 6.5-point favorite. With birdies on 16 and 17 of the final round, Aaron Rise separated himself from the field at Aronimink to win his first major tournament, taking the 108th PGA Championship at 9 under par, 3 shots clear of the field. Portland Fire wrapping up their season-opening homestand against the Connecticut Sun this evening at Moda Center. The Sun yet to win this season. 7 o'clock tip. Pre-game coverage will begin on 910 ESPN Portland at 6:45. Portland is a 4.5-point favorite. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Fans.
I could see this going a little long into the 45 segment. I don't know if Dirt has it on his show sheet, but would you be upset if your superstar athlete congratulated an entire team with 8 minutes left in the game?
Yes.
That was one of the more bizarre things I've ever seen in my life in sports.
Not my Baby Jordan anymore.
Wait a minute.
Baby Jordan nickname is gone.
I saw it. I'm like, is he dapping up the whole team right now?
Down by 40 on his own floor.
I know you're getting worked, and this game has been a blowout, but damn, dude, 8 minutes left?
Come on, man.
Tom Dundon spoke to Max Kellerman and Rich Paul. We'll play these clips in just a second. Just want to remind you guys here on a beautiful Monday morning, hello, Dirt and Sprague here hanging out with you, that on June 23rd, that's just a little over a month away.
Yes, it is.
Toyota presents the Fan Golf Classic out at Langdon Farms Golf Club. The afternoon round is sold out, and we have just under, 4-5 morning rounds left available.
Yeah, if you want to play, basically do it this week, or they're going to be gone. If you wait past this week, my guess is the thing will be sold out.
You can go to 1051thefan.com and click on the Fan Golf Classic logo to sign up. We'll have Matt's Barbecue. We'll all be hanging out at the infamous Angels Envy Bourbon Par 3. And the Fan Golf Classic is presented by Toyota. It's also brought to you by Vulcan Design and Construction, Henderson & Donner Windows and Doors, George McCoy at Warren Allen Attorneys at Law, Battery Exchange, Maestro, Dobell Tequila, your neighborhood restaurant group, Philbrook Law, 1-800-DIVORCE, Roto Rooter, Illegal Mezcal, and Window Nation. Now let's get to our Tom Dundon on a podcast interview, huh? How about that?
Tommy D talking, and it's usually an impactful thing for him because we'd never heard from the previous owner at all, and so anytime he opens his mouth, it kind of separates himself from the previous group, and it provides insights into a guy who has been discussed and debated and yelled about constantly for the last handful of weeks. To get it straight from the horse's mouth. I'll also give you one underrated part of this podcast that won't come up in any of the audio.
Yeah.
One of the concerns about him as an owner is that he is cheap. Like one of the stereotypes that exists in an athletic survey in the NHL is he's the most hated owner by NHL agents because he nickel and dimes and he works around the edges and all of that, and the agents hate dealing with him. Who hosts this podcast?
Rich Paul, Max Kellerman.
Who's maybe the most powerful agent in the entire NBA?
Rich Paul is certainly in the conversation.
Who was the one that set up the interview? If you listen to the entire thing you catch, it was a Rich Paul setup. He met Tom Dundon at the NBA Combine. Dundon flew into the Combine.
Yeah, that was the report. Is he went to the Combine to shake hands and meet people.
Like, hey, I'm new here. Let's get to know everybody. And he had some, one-on-one conversations with Rich Paul while he was there. Rich Paul and him, according to the way they talked to each other on the podcast, hit it off. They saw eye to eye on a lot of things, and he invited him onto the podcast. And so I just thought that was important to point out. If agents are going to hate him, they won't work with him. Well, the biggest one in the NBA immediately offered to have him on his podcast. And I believe they said during the podcast, that's the first time they've had an NBA owner on their podcast.
I don't believe they have. It's not
pretty
a very
prolific guys.
It's not like they haven't been going for a very long time.
No, it's not a long-standing show, but still, Max Kellerman and the most prolific agent in the NBA, having him on. That's a noteworthy thing for me that won't get talked about in the audio.
Well, I think the one part you're right on, and look, this doesn't have to mean everything, but I, as a sports fan and somebody hosting a show, I just kind of find it refreshing that we have an owner who's willing to do this.
What's the vision? What do you want to do?
Well, I mean, look, you don't have to like all of him, and the start of it's been very controversial. I understand that part of it, but like we get caught up too much in, if the owner doesn't care, we complain about it. And if the owner cares, they're too hands-on. Like, it's hard for you to really pinpoint, like, what are you looking for here? Like, I don't want a Jerry Jones type.
Right.
But I do like having a Mark Cuban, Ishbia, I'm kind of a fan. I want to win. I care greatly guy.
I know you're competitive.
Or gal, didn't matter, right? I want somebody that cares.
Yes, you're impacted by winning and losing as an owner, not just a spreadsheet and how much money did we make this month.
Yeah, and also or I'm uber rich because I'm sitting on an estate and I write a blank check if you need a kitchen in your facility, but I largely don't really care to the point to ever communicate with the community.
Right, there's no sense of urgency.
Like, and he's not perfect, but as somebody who follows this team, it was nice to listen to and watch.
Agree completely.
That he was willing to do the sit-down interview. One thing on the combine, we'll get to all the cuts here. We got 5 cuts. That we didn't poll that I thought was actually funny was his take on the combine.
Yes, how useless they are. And I couldn't agree more with him. I'm like, yeah, dude, yeah.
Well, he basically acknowledges it's a good place to meet people and get to know other people around the league because all the movers and shakers are there. But then he was talking about the workout, and I'm paraphrasing, but he was like, yeah, I mean, like, they have actual tape of games, right. But because they jump 40 inches and have this time at this station, we're now going to elevate them? It's stupid. I loved hearing that. I'm like, thank you. Amen, brother.
Wait, you're telling me a cone drill is not a part of playing in the NBA, and how fast can you get from cone 1 to cone 2 to cone 3 to cone 4?
It's unbelievable.
That's the only reason I'm drafting you in the first round.
All right, so let's get to some of these cuts here from the Rich Paul, Max Kellerman podcast. What's the name of the pod? Is it
Game Over?
Game Over. Thank you. Yeah, I forgot to write that down. Here was Tom Dundon on the T-shirt dilemma. Boy, we were hot and bothered.
Where's my T-shirts?
That we weren't getting free T-shirts in the playoffs. Here's Tom Dundon.
Maybe the team psychologist can come tell me why I'm like this, but I agree with you. It just seems so obvious to me that you should do it this way. And then sometimes like this T-shirt thing, I wasn't trying to save money. I just kind of thought T-shirts were kind of silly.
The T-shirt thing is, when you got there, the T-shirts for the fans were laid out on the seats, right? Oh. And you got rid of that?
No.
What is it?
No. What happened was they called me. We made the play-in game, or made the playoffs, and they called and said, it was a play-in game, I think. I don't know, maybe it was the playoffs. They said, hey, do you want to do T-shirts? And I was like, no, let's do towels. It was that long of a conversation because in Carolina, we do towels and it's awesome. Like the arenas, they're all waving them. Well, I got to the Portland game. No one waved any towels. So we tried to get T-shirts for the next game. I didn't know T-shirts were such a thing because I hadn't thought about the fact that in hockey, we've got jerseys. Everybody wants to wear their jersey. And so they don't want T-shirts because they got their jerseys.
Right, but in basketball,
it didn't
not
cross
the case.
my mind.
Yeah.
I just look.
Went exactly how we thought it would. It wasn't some decision made on a spreadsheet let's save $16,092.
I'm not. I want this to be I like him abundantly clear. Like, I know he's cheap.
Yes, he acknowledges openly throughout the interview how cheap he is.
We act as if he is like a villain looking out a glass window, batting his fingertips together, going, yes, save me money on no T-shirts.
Comparing them to the major league owner who is stripping everything down and you don't have hot water anymore.
Well, he's right. Like, I watched Carolina Hurricane games this postseason. They're waving their towel. Now, you'd have to help me here. Because one of the games, who did Carolina just beat? Was it Philly?
They just beat Philly. They just swept Philly.
Who did they place in the first round?
Ottawa.
It was Ottawa. Thank you. One of the Ottawa games I watched, the whole arena is waving their towel. The towel I saw at our Blazer game, did they look smaller than the hockey towels to you guys?
It's hard to tell that on screen. I did see the towels in person because I was at Game 3. I can attest to the fact that not a single person waved them.
But were they waveable or were they too small? Were they more a rag than a towel?
They felt a little more raggy, but I also don't know how big the towels are. I have a Giants World Series towel that Rob brought me back from one of the Royals Giants World Series games, and it's not that big. So I don't know how big the general waving towel is, but to the point, it was on the tiny scale, and also people were stealing the towels off of the seats.
We also laughed at the shirt thing because, as we pointed out, people bring their own outfits. They either dress super nice or they wear their sports jerseys. A lot of people don't wear those T-shirts anyway. Much ado about nothing, in my opinion. Yes. Here is Tom Dundon on the idea of being the cheapskate.
I mean, actually, I'm going to use what you said because I hadn't thought about it like that that's what's confusing is, like my hockey team's been over the cap many times. They were the lowest in the league. They were at the floor when I bought them. You can go over the cap in hockey. If you have a hurt player, you can replace them. So I've been over the cap multiple times because there was a rule that allowed you to go over the cap. And at the same time, when I walk out of a room, I turn off the lights. And so that my friends make fun of me all the time. They tell me how bad I am at being rich. And, like I just don't want to waste money. I want to invest it. I'll have as many masseuse. I'll have the best food. We're going to take care of the players because it helps you win. It's part of the deal. Some of the stuff about how we're going to run the business, Portland spends $100 million more a year on their business than the Hurricanes do, not including players. The Hurricanes, since I bought the team, have the first or second best record in the league. So I'm just not going to waste $100 million just because somebody wants to write our article calling me cheap. I'm just not going to do it. And so it's hard because I don't think about a budget when it comes to the playing team and how to make sure we win.
I think some people, Dirt, are going to wave and sound the alarms. We'll get to the two-way and the hotel thing. He talked about that. He was asked about that, the luxury tax, and the Moda Center situation itself. I think people are going to sound the alarms on some of that, of like, the hockey has nothing to do with the NBA. They're so different. And I'm like, my position on this hasn't been like not to be worried whatsoever. I understand the concern. Also watched and followed basketball most of my life. I get it. Like, they're more pampered and higher paid than hockey athletes.
Right.
My thing and where I sit, and I think you heard this throughout the podcast, some of my big theme takeaways from the Dundon stuff was learning. And I've just always been saying, like, he's been in this a couple months, and we're instantly writing these big think pieces as if it's a done deal of who he is as an owner and what his tenure meant as an owner. And I just can we allow any amount of room of learning? It's one thing to sound some alarms or to say, this seems a little concerning. Let's keep an eye on it. There's just people open-endedly telling you, this is the definition. This is what it is. It's never going to change. And I've just been sitting of like, yeah, some of that's not great or that's not great. But maybe he'll learn from some of this and not do that. At least can we allow the time to see if that's the case?
Yeah, I think that's been the sentiment that we've been trying to bring across, is just simply that we don't know how this is going to go. And you can tell me that running an NBA team and NHL team are different, and you're not wrong. The revenues are different. Your point on culture is totally spot on. Like, I get it. It's not an apples-to-apples comparison. I also, though, just simply chuckle at the idea, like, since he bought the team nearly a decade ago, the Carolina Hurricanes were nowhere. And they have now been a playoff team.
Spending no money, by the way, in that sport. I know
they had won a cup,
different,
years earlier, but outside of that, the Hurricanes had no identity. They were in a very similar, it was almost eerily similar to the situation that we're in. An organization that did something long ago, hasn't accomplished anything in the long term, or in the short term, I should say. Their arena needs an upgrade. Are they going to move at? All of this stuff literally happened when he bought the Hurricanes. As somebody who follows hockey, I can tell you that.
Yep.
And they've now been to the playoffs 8 straight years, and they're one of the best run organizations in the league. And so that's the one thing that I fall back on. I'm not saying just because you're good in the NHL, you're guaranteed to be good in the NBA. It's just simply the idea that he bought a team, he's turned them around, and he's successful. So he clearly knows what he's doing in some way, shape, or form when it comes to being an owner.
Yeah, you're right. And look, I totally agree, and I know why people say it, especially the ones that cover this team and this franchise, why they are quick to point out, it ain't hockey, man. And I get it. It isn't. But my thing is him learning just in hockey. If he'd have come in and the Carolina Hurricanes were dog crap and he wasn't spending in hockey, sound the 4-alarm fire alarm right now.
Right.
And it's not to say that hockey is basketball. It's just simply point out, he's clearly a guy that is learned in sport.
He's evolved as time has gone on. He's competitive.
He's coming in with some kind of resume. I mean, imagine an owner that literally had never owned anything and never experienced any of what sports has been. So I find it all very fascinating how he's been covered, and we obviously know there's leaks within the organization that have come out. We'll talk about some of the other stuff with the other audio clips.
Sure.
I
just thought it was telling that almost outside of the hotel thing, which I know we'll get to the audio, every other thing that a fan that we haven't had issues with, but fans have had issues with, he's acknowledged he's already flipped positions on. The T-shirt thing was a big deal for a lot of people. And he said, look, I just didn't get it. I'm coming from hockey. We wave towels. That's how we do it here. Like,
I also don't care.
I don't either. But I'm just, my point is simply to the fans who cried to the moon over that one, what did he try and do for game 2? Or the idea of sending the two-way players. What did he do for Game 5 back in San Antonio? Like, he's already learned and evolved in multiple ways as an owner, and he's only owned the team for 6 weeks.
Let's get to those other audio clips on the other side. Dirt and Sprague back with more Tom Dundon audio on The Fan. Your neighborhood restaurant group poll question brings the fan on Twitter every day, and dinner tonight at one of their 5 locations: San Diego's Big Chickens, Reverend's Barbecue, 808 Hawaiian, and Laurelhurst Market Steakhouse. The poll question today is, of the 4 candidates, which one would be your choice for Trailblazers head coach? You've got Mike Inori, the assistant in Minnesota.
That was the new one over the weekend.
He is a fun one. You should look into Mike Inori. He's got a lot of character. He would be a really fun choice. I don't know if he's good, but he'd be a really fun one.
Sure.
Steve Hetzel, who coached the G League champion Blazers once upon a time. The Remix, as they're known on the streets.
We're Summer League Dynasty is what we are.
Yep, we could be coming back to the forefront with him. Jared Dudley, former NBA player. He's been assistant now for a few seasons. And old Tear Bear, Terry Stotts, according to Mark Stein, left his post at the Warriors to put his hat back in the ring. He wants to come back to Portland and Bend as often as he can.
He's coming home.
So Terry Stotts, being a head coach for the second time in the last 2 coaching cycles,
bringing him back would be really funny.
Would be hilarious. But you can vote at Dirt and Sprague on social media. More Tom Dundon audio. Didn't get to all of it there. We have 5 cuts that we pulled that we thought were the most timely or topic worthy. Tom Dundon has talked about the luxury tax. He's mentioned the trade. He was asked about spending. Right, he's being cheap. He is cheap. He was asked about the luxury tax, which is a big price tag to pay in the association.
Look, Joe called me, and I don't even know if it was allowed, but he called me at the trade deadline, which technically we didn't own the team yet, and he had a deal. Actually 2 different deals, but one in particular where we would have gone into the tax and it would have been whatever, $20 million. And, I was fine with it. I'm like, I want to run the business properly, but I want to win more than I want to make money. And that seems kind of obvious if you're in this business, right? Winning's the only reason you do it. Why would you buy a team? And so obviously there's a lot comes with staying in that tax in the NBA, right? They've made the rules in a way that it's complicated, but to go in strategically because you can pick up a young player or have a chance to win, I got to believe, we would definitely do it. And I got to think most people would. I don't know many owners that wouldn't do that. And I don't think we would operate any differently. I hope we're in a position where going in the tax means we have a chance to win. And if we have a chance to win, the tax is irrelevant.
I think that's a perfect summation of why there's not a big issue for me on any of this stuff, is because you can complain all you want about the cutting of costs off of the floor and the random things that will or will not be there anymore that used to be there. Mm-hmm. The comps to guys, like Fisher for the A's, like it's not there. He spends to win on his team and on his players. And as long as you're doing that, ultimately as a fan, isn't that the ultimate thing that matters? And at the end of the day, this is why all the arguments about being cheap, if your owner is an owner who is refusing to pay his players, refusing to improve the roster, that you're essentially arguing he's only owning the situation as just a windfall of money that comes in and revenue sharing and media deals and all that stuff from owning the organization, and I don't care about winning, and I'm just using this as a vessel to make money. Those are the cheap, bad owners that you're terrified of. There's no indication that he's ever been that. He has not been that in Carolina, and there's no fear in my mind that he's going to be that in any way, shape, or form in Portland, because I believe his words when he says it. Like, I think winning is significantly more important than making money in his mind.
Here is Tom Dundon on the two-way guys who it was reported by Heiken did not travel in the first road game of the first round, and then also the hotel issue.
Hey, checking out
early. The staff members had to check out early. Here is Tom Dundon setting the record straight on those 2 things.
Some of the stuff that was blamed on money is actually not 100% true that I thought about the money. Like on traveling players, I just made a mistake. I just don't understand the league. In hockey, we don't travel extra people because we're not on vacation. We're here to win. So we don't want the distraction. The NBA seems to live with those distractions. It's not how I think about it. So you sort of got to learn, what's the differences between the 2 leagues. And, the hotel story with the staff is an interesting story, I think, because normally when you travel, you get late checkout, right? In this case, in sports, it's usually like 5% and it never comes up. We went because it was last minute going to Phoenix. there was no hotels. I guess Phoenix in March is a pretty popular place. So had trouble getting hotels. And the hotel really wanted us to be out early because they needed the rooms. And so they wanted us to pay for a second night. And so we did that for the coaches and the players, but we got them to let us leave at 1:00. And I had a room at the hotel. I was there. So I'm like, lunch starts at 1:45. We have a huge ballroom with this really nice lunch for everybody. So I said, look, we'll do the players and the coaches. We'll stay. We'll pay the extra night. For the staff, we've got this big ballroom with food. We'll go down there and work. And everyone was down there. I was down there. I actually learned a lot during that hour because I got to talk to some of the training staff, etc. Like, I would do it again. I think it's actually pretty stupid to think that people who are there to work, who are being fed, and 45 minutes later, they weren't in the lobby. They brought their bags down in the room right by where the bus was, right next to my bag, and we sat down there and talked. And, you know, if that's too hard for people, I'm not right for them. You know, like, I want that culture.
Now, I think I know what you're going to say, given your chuckling. But what I would already counter with, because I know what you're going to say, is this is an area that people will draw concern. They'll draw the cheapness thing, and they will say, all right, well, if you're going to learn, you better not do this anymore, because people will point out how those staff members impact the players and the happiness and the vibes, and, oh, you want your culture? Well, this is the culture of the NBA.
Right.
I found some of what he said there a little refreshing, of just like, yeah, I'm cheap, dude, and I'm feeding you, and you're getting paid to do a ding, and I'm hanging out with you. I'm not just like
that's
up
the part
in the penthouse,
funniest,
not
dude.
hanging out and talking to people. And again, I already know who the people are going to be. They're going to tell you what your take is about to be is wrong, because he better learn from this and learn quick. Otherwise, he's not going to get a single player to ever want to play in Portland again.
Well, I think what that story did is it highlighted a hunch that I think a lot of us have had, is that almost all of these negative headlines have come from probably disgruntled employees, right? People who are concerned about the future of their employment and are we going to work here? And you're flustered and you got a new boss. We have been through multiple new bosses.
Some of that was my takeaway as well. It's like an organization sitting in uncertainty and people going, I don't know if I'm here. Oh my God, look what this guy's doing.
You're fearful, and he's got a reputation of cost cutting. And what does this mean for my like? We've gone through multiple boss changes. It's not a comfortable thing. Was the new person going to come in and have the same view of our show as the last person did, right? And so I understand the uneasiness there. I just love how he was able to frame that in such a different way than it was originally spun. When it was originally spun, it was, we're making these people stand with their suitcases in the lobby hours upon hours because he's so cheap that he doesn't want to pay for a room for an extra couple hours. And he's saying, hold on, we're in the rooms until 1:00. We have a lunch at 1:45 in a ballroom. I'm catering the lunch. I'm down here with you with my bag as well.
Yeah.
Just the framing of it could not be more different.
We didn't get that part of the story, did we, Dirk?
Did not get that part. It was just, he's cheap. Everybody had to check out early, running around like chickens with their heads cut off. Oh, my God, the chaos that's ensuing.
Yeah.
Instead of, you know what, we have a lunch in 45 minutes. Why don't we just check out now?
He also got to talk and meet people.
And let's come down and shake hands and let's get to work. We got a game tonight. Like, we're getting ready to go to work. He could not have framed that in a different way than it was originally spun. And I'm sure some will still have issues with it, but it was a nothing burger to me originally, and it's even less so now after hearing his explanation.
We have one more clip we didn't get to there on the Tom Dundon, Max Kellerman, Rich Paul podcast, and that's on the Moda Center and the funding for the Moda Center. And are they going to be the Seattle Super Blazers, the Kalamazoo Kazoos? Where are they moving next? Tom Dundon sets the record straight, talks about that. We'll kick off the third hour of the radio program, Dirt and Sprague, 105.1, The Fan.
It's time for Who's Stinking It Up.
Woo! Do not go in there.
A sports lowlight, ripped from the headlines.
We couldn't do diddly poo.
Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Schedule your appointment online at threemountainshomservices.com.
You know, we started trying to figure out other ways to win the game instead of, who we've been.
JB Bickerstaff, they lost by 30. This game sucked.
Oh, it's such a bad way to end your year. Although you win Game 6, force a Game 7 back at home, and the game's over in the first quarter.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
Detroit, what are we doing, man? What are we doing?
Who's stinking it up? That would be the Detroit Pistons at home. You know that slow drain you've been meaning to deal with. Call 3 Mountains Home Service today. They'll clear your stubborn drain with an accessible clean-out for only $59. Plus, at the same time, they can provide a free estimate for a mainline replacement. It's easy to schedule your appointment online, 3mountainshomeservices.com.
Hey, everybody.
McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the Western Conference Finals of the NBA playoffs set to go tonight in OKC. Thunder 6.5-point favorites hosting the Spurs. Tip set for 5:30 on KGW8. The East Finals are now set. The Knicks will host the Cavaliers after Cleveland rolled the Pistons in Detroit in Game 7 of the semifinals, 125-94. That starts on Tuesday. Portland Fire wrapping up their season-opening homestand against the Connecticut Sun tonight at Moda Center. Connecticut yet to get a victory this year. 7 o'clock tip. We'll have pregame coverage on 910 ESPN Portland at 6:45. The Fire, 4.5-point favorites. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Hey, welcome back in. Hour number 3, Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. Hope you had a great weekend.
Shout out the Hoggies.
Hoggies were out there, out and about this weekend. Looks like we got some nice weather ahead. That little brief period of rain has come and gone. Nothing but sunshine in the skies for the days to come.
Tough to stay at a nice cabin in the woods when it just pisses rain all day.
Did it rain on you the whole time?
Yeah, and then we had a window, so we were like, let's go to Frog Lake. It's kind of close.
Let's get quick. Yeah, go.
Snowstorm. In May.
A middle of May snowstorm, huh? I mean, up. Elevation's up there. You know, it is what it is.
It's crazy how little snow there is up there, by the way.
That's got to be pretty
It
wild.
was depressing. Like, there was nobody at Meadow or a ski bowl.
Sure.
Nobody driving up. Like,
how long does the ski season usually go? I'm not a mountain man. I'm not aware of what the time frame usually is.
I always thought it went to about now, if not early June.
Okay.
And
nothing.
This
I know
year-
the tippy top will hold snow for most, because don't they, like, in the past, haven't they done
What
like
is it,
US
the
skiing
Palmer
stuff?
Run that's up
Yeah.
at the top of Timberline?
The skiing economy up there just took an absolute
Yeah. Well,
dump this
Bachelor was horrible this year, too.
Yeah.
No
Pax,
snow, huh?
Pax was telling me, they shut it down a lot earlier.
Not good for our runoff. When
There
we
were
get
a lot of runs that still had exposed rock and stuff like that.
That's terrifying.
So
not good, Bob. Not good. It's been incredibly mild spring. I mean, look, the nice weather is nice, but you're going to pay for it at the back end of it probably at some point this summer. How about this right now? Let's cheer you up after that depressing start to the hour.
Yeah.
If you text the word Journey, Journey, do you know that's how you spell Journey?
I'm just a Youngtown girl.
Yes, you are. To 503-864-6326, you will be entered for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see Journey. That's right, September 19th, 2026 at the Veterans Memorial Coliseum, as they're coming to town again. Pair of tickets to see Journey. Text Journey, 503-864-6326. Head over to 1051thefan.com for complete details. I got some NBA musings I'd like to get to in this segment, because we'll probably wrap up the Dundon stuff. I do have one more bit of audio. Before we get to that, wanted to read a couple of thoughts that came in on the fan text line, 503-864-6326, which is where you can also text Journey. I thought that was a good point. Somebody said, I think most people who don't see him hanging out with the staff in the lunchroom, it makes a difference when the top dog of the company comes down and interacts with people lower in the chain. Makes a difference when they come shake your hand, feed you, get to know you. I worked for a company where the CEO walked around, handed out gifts, shook every employee's hand. Mm-hmm. It meant a lot, whether they truly cared or not. It made a difference. That was the funny, spin on that story, because that was the first big one I felt like we reacted to. Maybe I'm wrong on my timeline of things. When it was, they didn't, they checked out early in Phoenix. That might have been before the two-way guys. Anyway, I can't remember, but I just remember
it was before the.
Okay, that became a very big deal of like, how could you possibly do this? This shows how cheap he is. And when you just get, again, maybe he's misleading us. I don't know if he's telling the truth or not, but I'm gonna believe his word. When he highlights, it's me hanging down in a ballroom. We have a ballroom in the hotel. Come have some lunch. It just the difference of spin from where the story originally came from to the form it was in when he told it could not have been more drastically different. And there was a reaction from me at the end of it when he says, like, hey, if you got an issue with this, maybe you're not a part of our culture. And if that's too hard for you as an employee to come down at 1 o'clock and hang out in a ballroom for 45 minutes with the owner of the Blazers and eat a free lunch, like, yeah, man, maybe this isn't the place for you.
I think a lot of people have experienced changes within their companies in the last 15 years or so, right? Like, I can tell you my experience at the Fan from when I started to what it's at now. Like, our boss now is fantastic.
Yes.
Right? Talk about being personable, walking around, talking to everybody, getting into conversation. The one before him, she was great. And she was a breath of fresh air, because the one before her was walking with his head down in the hallway, barely acknowledging your existence.
Yeah, never knew our names.
And the one before that was great if he was in a good mood.
Yeah.
So, like, I think a lot of it just depends on what you're looking for. Some people don't need a boss to care about them to operate and be just fine. I know I kind of operate that way, but I also can acknowledge how much of a vibe change it can be when you have a boss that seems to care and ask and
be
talk.
Engaged and have conversations with you.
Yeah, not just be like, go perform and then, there's the check. See you later. Like,
let me see the numbers on the spreadsheet. You brought in 2.4% this month, and last month it was 3.6%.
Look, I also think the part of this that's tough is, especially in the writing the pieces business or the opinion game, you're just going to get people that will tell you he's a liar. Or you'll get people to say, oh, that's not what happened. Trust me, I know people that were there, and they told me, and he's a billionaire, he's a liar. I mean, sure, I guess if you want to go that direction, you certainly can. but he doesn't sound like somebody off the cuff lying.
No.
Like the two-way thing. He took onus on the two-way thing.
Technically, Cronin was the one lying at media day or at the exit interviews because he fell on the sword, which he did. Some assumed that was probably the case, and Dundon came out and was like, "Yeah, dude, that was me." I said no, and I didn't understand the culture of the NBA.
I didn't understand why that was a big deal, and it was explained to me. And guess what they did?
They sent him.
They flew him out for the next road game. So. I think today this doesn't change certain people's takes and opinions, and that's fine. It's not meant to. We'll play the Moda Center cut here in a second, and then I don't know if that'll change much of anything because you'll get one writer will continue to sound the alarms that he's going to move the team. Another writer's been talking about it for 48 years that they're going to move the team and they're not going to stay in Portland. Another writer's going to tell you, well, if they get a deal done, it's because I wrote about it. So, I think we're just sitting in a weird spot with people that this is all they've talked about now, and he is just telling you, I think, point blank, the same thing he's always told you. We had an agreed-upon deal when I bought the team. We get the deal done. No big deal.
Yeah.
They thought I was going to do this with hockey, and I didn't. We got a deal done, and everything's going pretty smoothly in Raleigh. So
yeah, before we get to that last bit, I'll just read two more quick thoughts here. Somebody said it made a difference. Sure, we all love a company pizza party. It doesn't make my work any better, and it's fine to have that perspective. Like not everybody needs to be impacted by the boss coming down and glad handling with you. The main point takeaway is. The story was spun as if it was a disaster and these employees were in chaos and carrying 4 suitcases through the hallways and through the lobby of the hotel with nowhere to go hours before an NBA game. It's simply to point out that the way the story was spun initially is not, according to the owner of the team who said he was there, how it actually transpired. And you might not be impacted by having lunch with your boss because you don't think he actually cares about you. It's not going to make you work harder. That's fine. The point of the story simply was it was not this massive issue that some made it out to be when it's 45 minutes until lunchtime and we're hanging out in the ballroom of a hotel. You're going to be just fine. My suitcases are down here too. Another one, I think a lot of people got fat and happy with Jody Allen and the Vulcans not paying attention, letting them do whatever the hell they wanted to. And our guy Orem is certainly a hot topic right now, and he's been banging the drum on this idea that the team might leave.
He's getting into it with city council members.
And yelling about all that, but I will go back to an interview that we did with him as this sale was being finalized. That's a point he brought up, is that you had a person who was running the team who didn't really care about the day-to-day, didn't really follow it that closely, and money was no object to them because they didn't earn their money, and it just was a legacy thing. And hey, you need that? Sure, whatever. All right, you want this approved? Yeah, why? By all means, go do it. And so I think there is a lot of that going on inside the organization right now where you're just going to be run differently. I saw one of our listeners bring up this weekend the idea of giving Dundon a chance, and it was like, man, in the last 20 years, outside of drafting Damian Lillard, what has this organization done? There's been a lot of nothingness. There's been a lot of non-success. There's been a lot of non-standards. And so the idea of trying something new doesn't have to be this fear-mongering, oh, my God, how could this possibly work out? Like, I'm all for a new set of eyes and a new strategy because we haven't done anything in a long time.
For some, though, that are like just about basketball, like that's their whole sports ecosystem, Sarver gets brought up.
Yeah.
Donald Sterling gets brought up. It's the cheap factor. It's the you're going to cost them the signing of a player because you'd rather sign the 14-day two-way guy that's going to save you X amount of dollars. And we have to kind of wait and see if that's going to be the real deal. I also don't want to act like we didn't just bring in Caleb Love this year as like one of our savior points because of injuries, right? Like our depth wasn't amazing. I think we learned that about the team this year.
Yes.
Denny had a good season and some other guys had okay seasons, but largely it was like, who's stepping up today? Oh, it's two-way guy Caleb Love. So does that make Jody and the Vulcans the worst possible situation? I mean, look, every company goes through changes. They have to evolve. Some of it sucks. Like, there's no doubt about that. There's a lot of people in different industries that'll tell you how much better things were a handful or if not longer ago. I know you and I, like, we can relate to this a little bit. Every year, the fan went to every Duck big playoff game or bowl game, right?
Yeah, go back in the day for the station's history. Yeah, it was a big thing.
That doesn't really happen anymore.
No.
Every year we went to Pac-12 Media Day. You and I got to do that one time. And I know Isaac Atsuk went many a years and watched Jim Sudi swim backwards in a thong in a pool. And, like Swag used to go on trips. And fast forward a year later, 2 years later in the Big Ten, we sent just Swag to Big Ten Media Day.
Right.
Could we have benefited as a show getting there and meeting people in the Big Ten media climate? Certainly. Did we run to somebody and go,
actually at Odyssey, I don't know if my future feels as certain anymore because we're not going, and say that off the air, off the record.
Like, we're not we could do that, but we don't. Like, you have to evolve. You have to change.
Mm-hmm.
And I think some of what you're talking about in the hotel situation is like people that are accustomed to a certain lifestyle. And again, I don't know how this is going to age. What? We have to go to the ballroom with our bags right now?
Excuse me?
And some people, that rubs them the wrong way, and they run to tell whoever they can tell to get it written about.
Right. My ultimate take has not changed at all, and that is the idea that as long as you're not cheap when it comes to winning and putting a roster on the floor and the edges and the competitive advantages that your team needs, I have no issue with cheapness elsewhere in the organization. And my point just will not change. When you see it impacting the team, I can understand having a problem with it. Off the floor, it just doesn't bother me that much. One last one here from Tom Dundon. This is from the Game Over podcast over the weekend. They talked, I don't know exactly how long it was. I want to say about 30 minutes, give or take. So there's a lot more in there than what we just simply pulled. We pulled 5 clips. But obviously the big one, the big elephant in the room is, hey, do you know we're going to be the Kalamazoo Kazoos in a couple of years? Tom, you're moving the franchise. His reaction to that and the funding package for the Blazers.
Yeah, I mean, when I bought the Hurricanes, all I heard was, because I was from Texas, we were going to move the team to Houston. You know, moving a team's difficult. People grew up loving the team.
How would that work? Well, I guess you could.
4 million people.
There's no hockey team in Houston.
Oh, you bought the Hurricanes. Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, I misheard you there.
And so, you know, we didn't move the Hurricanes. We ended up getting a deal done. And we went through the same thing in Portland. Before I even bought the team, I had an agreement with the city and the state. We had an agreement in principle. They've already approved half of it. You know, assuming that all gets done, then this is a non-story. So, you know, for me, it's never been really a thing. You know, you didn't buy the team to move it. We bought the Portland Trail Blazers.
But if you have to, if you're not getting the support from the city or the state, you know, it puts you in a tough spot, right?
Yeah, I mean, we would deal with that if it ever comes up, but
hopefully it
obviously we have to solve problems when we have problems. Today, the problem we're trying to solve is just to get a lease extension and get the building renovated, and you know, those are fun things to do, right? Like,
yeah, absolutely.
You know, making the building better and adding some energy to that building's, like, those are things I enjoy doing.
So there's Tom Dundon, Rich Paul pushing back. Yeah, but what if, Tom? What if he didn't even take the bait?
Well, I'm kind of glad he did, though. Yeah. Like, somebody in that interview setting should be asking him, like, what if they don't? And then, you know, he gave you the typical owner stance of, like, well, if we get to that bridge, we'll figure out how to cross it when we do. But,
yeah,
I mean, the thing he talked about in the press conference, because to me that answer wasn't any different than what he has said before, that everybody had this fear-mongering about him when he bought the hockey team, and it didn't happen, and I don't know, man. All I can do is take him at his word, and if reporters want to say that it's something else according to so-and-so that they don't want to name publicly, I don't know what to make of it. He's basically said to you multiple times, I want to work on a lease agreement and I want to renovate the Moda Center, because the one thing he admitted at the press conference that he also reiterated there, he's a nerd.
Yeah.
He loves to geek out on the experience and making everything cool. And
how do you get into the arena quicker and line shorter and all of that is important to him.
And we know, like, he hasn't really talked about it much. We know he wants a district. Like, he did that in Carolina. So, of course, he wants to do that here. And I know he wants to win. He also does want to make money.
Of course.
Act like he doesn't would be ridiculous. So those things make you more money. If the experience is better and he cares about spending in the areas to win, I think he views it as a double positive. He's going to make money while he's watching his team at least compete and try to win. So his answer is kind of the same as it was at the introductory press conference, a lot of fear-mongering. If the city gets their S together and agrees to the deal that sounds like they agreed to him when he bought the team.
Yeah, the funding package that he put forward was clearly a part of his vision of how he wanted this to look. I'm buying the team. You guys own the stadium. Let's get to $600 million. How do we get there?
And we already know the state's committed to it.
Already half of it's already been approved.
City, county stuff has to figure itself out. And if it does, it doesn't sound like it's a big deal to him to sign whatever the length of the lease is, 20 years, 25 years, and maybe the city will get 25. And we can finally dead this conversation for the rest of our professional lives, because when I'm 80, I won't care anymore.
Teddy will not live in a Portland that does not have the Blazers playing at the Moda
Well, he'll be hosting a show talking about, are we going to leave now?
Legacy.
Tom Dundon Jr. out here is threatening us.
Could be a Nepo radio hire and just make him the producer of the show 40 years from now. Let's figure this thing out.
I'm trying to see how old is Tommy D. So he's 25. If they got like a 20-year lease, yeah, his kid's going to be Stephen Jones. Yeah. His kid will be running the team. We're talking about Tom Dundon Jr. out here.
Yeah, the last thing on the stadium, too, is as we kind of wrap up this Tom Dundon conversation, I have to keep reminding myself throughout this debate and debacle. I certainly understand the fear of the city council and the county, and we got some wackos, and what are they going to do? I understand that sentiment. The irony of this whole thing to me is that simply we own the Moda Center now. The city of Portland owns the Moda Center. And so whether the Blazers are playing in it or not, what's the arena going to need? Whether they're here or not, you're going to have to renovate do you want concerts to come to town? Do you realize we have a new WNBA team that just started that is now playing there? Like there's events that take place. Like it just at some point you're going to have to renovate it, whether it's for the Blazers or anybody else. And so the idea of playing chicken with this topic is just a tad absurd to me. And I ultimately still believe that calmer heads will prevail and they'll understand that. It's one thing if the organization and Tom Dundon bought the Blazers and the Moda Center was a part of that package and he owned the arena and then was coming to us to say pay $700 million or $600 million for renovations for the building we own the building. It's all ours now. The Allen Estate sold it to the city of Portland. And so I still believe that something will get done there. And the last thing is we put a bow on the conversation that I think you kind of touched on in the last segment, and that is simply there's been a lot of things the Blazers have done over the years that have kind of lost their way with me as a fan, where it's just I have a hard time reacting to it or taking them seriously. And one of the things that always happened in those moments in the last 10 or so years is that there was never an answer from the top part of the organization. Like, I'll pinpoint the moment that kind of ended my modern not ended the fandom, but just really turned me off to them, because I'll always be a fan, was the idea of losing in the first round of the playoffs to Denver, Dame having a historic run. In that offseason, they fired their head coach, who now wants to come back, ironically, extended the general manager, and did nothing to change the roster. Like, it just that you lost me there, because I could not see the forest through the trees.
Oh, it was an absolute idiotic
It was
move.
a disastrous offseason, and the owner of the organization was nowhere to be found to be held accountable to answer questions about what are we doing here.
Yeah,
and
it was
then,
only Neil.
On top of that, Neil then hired his buddy to be the head coach in Chauncey Billups, who had allegations from his past come out and had to sip a water bottle at a press conference and shut down questions from the media. Like that.
He then was arrested by the FBI.
We act as if this was 40 years ago sometimes. That's not that long ago,
We also
man.
act like we've been a competing highest spending franchise in the NBA the last 4 years, and that's just not been the case. We've been the definition. I'll say this. You don't have to, because I think what you're harking on here is fine. Like, I will watch. Even when it's bad, I'll watch and follow it a little bit more, right?
We talk about it whether they're good or bad.
No doubt. But I understand a lot of fans that have the sentiment you have. I'll say this, man. We have largely been sitting, and this year was a little more than it has been, but we've largely been sitting in one of the more irrelevant places in the entire league.
Not good enough, not bad enough.
Whenever I listen to a well-known pod, name it, whoever it is.
Zach Lowe, Bill
Simmons. Do you know how
Simmons.
many pods I listen to, and they talk about the West, and they never mention us?
Yeah.
And this year they finally mentioned us a little more because, they had some chippy little wings out there. Oh, Denny's having a fun season. But it never was like on the same conversation levels as fill-in-the-blank teams, right? You don't have to like this guy. You don't have to trust this guy. You can have your antennas up, and you can wonder if he's going to ruin all of this. Dude, he has made the franchise so much more relevant than they've been the last 4 years by just talking.
Just existing, yeah.
And existing. And that doesn't have to mean everything to everybody. But God, to actually be talked about and considered as a topic and to make our lives more fun and interesting, it's been a breath of fresh air, because the run it back, awful coach, losing by 60 multiple times in a year, now he's arrested by the FBI. There has been, without a doubt, in my opinion, and I think yours, the memory holing of what the organization has been for largely 4 of the last 5 years has been so egregious in this market by the media. And I don't know if this guy's going to win. I don't know if he's going to ruin everything.
We have no idea.
But, God, it's been a bit of a breath of fresh air for me.
Yeah, that moment, and then to have it feel like this is the end of the Lillard era and this is how we're going to send him out by hiring an unproven head coach, not making any changes to the roster, and letting the GM continue, and never once having the ability to ask the owner, hey, what are we doing here? Why is this the call? Why did you fire the head coach? Why is the GM still here? Why are you not making massive? Like, there was never the ability to do that. And so for all the issues that existed over the last month, and they keep popping up, T-shirts and two-way players and hotel checkouts, Here is a sit-down interview where he answers everyone in a long-winded form and gives you his side of the story and the explanation.
I just want to ask you, like, you know the market, you know the climate, you know the media members. I just want to ask you, like, how would it have sat with all of the media members? If Tom Dundon gets the gig, he's the owner, we fire the general manager because of harassment claims internally, and he offers 0 interviews to any candidate and hands it to somebody you don't know anything about.
We would have issues with it. Immediately.
Issues. We'd be screaming at the mountaintops.
Yes.
But the last ownership group did it, and maybe Joe will end up being the right guy for the gig. And
could be.
You know what? Let's see where it goes. But it's just funny that, like, if Dundon did that, it'd be the biggest deal in the world.
Yes.
But the Vulcans did it. Didn't hear a peep.
Good stuff from Tom Dundon. Go check out the entire podcast. Game Over. I don't listen to the podcast. The Dundon thing was good, interesting, and a lot to take from it. Some that we didn't even get to today that maybe we'll holster for later on. Coming up this summer. Let's get to a couple of the notes out of the NBA, and that is we finally get the Titanic matchup we've been waiting for. Next, 105.1 FM The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air, serving Portland, Southwest Washington, and the Gorge. Online at aneheatingandcooling.com. It's hard to stop a train. First on the Fan, Pistons no-showed for Game 7 of the Eastern Conference semis at home. They got ran out of their own building by the Cavs, 125-94. Cleveland goes to New York to face the Knicks, Game 1 of the East Finals on Tuesday. Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals all set tonight in OKC. Thunder and Spurs at 5:30 on KGW 8. Oklahoma City a 6.5-point favorite. One other NBA note, Shams Charania reporting the Pelicans set to hire Jamal Mosley to be their next head coach. Mosley spent the last 5 seasons in Orlando as head coach of the Magic. Portland Fire wrap up their season opening homestand against the Connecticut Sun at Moda Center. Connecticut yet to win this season. 7 o'clock tip. Pregame coverage begins on 910 ESPN Portland at 6:45. And the Fire a 4.5-point favorite. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This
All right, we're done yelling about Tom Dundon. Welcome back in. Dirt Sprague here, 105.1 FM, The Fan.
Were we yelling?
No, we weren't. I just like joking about it. Until Tommy D does his next hit of me. There was actually more stuff in there that we could have pulled, but that's probably enough radio on Tom Dundon for one day. His draft combine stuff was pretty good. There was a moment at the end.
His kid being cheap and bragging
was
about
really
it to him
funny.
was hilarious.
Yeah, that was really funny. The Young Hansen, no, I'm not going to do that moment to Young Hansen's agent was hilarious at the end. Also, by the way, totally lost in translation for me too.
Yeah.
What sweatshirt was Chance wearing when he walked out of the federal courthouse?
Clutch.
Aha. Who does Rich Paul own?
Yeah, he's Clutch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who like very awkwardly defended Chauncey Billups for like a 3-minute stretch at the end of this podcast to Tom Dundon? Rich Paul did, and it was like Look, we were all surprised by this. Like, he went into this whole soliloquy defending Chauncey
Clutch make
Billups.
orange jumpsuits.
Yeah.
They make ankle monitors. I'm just curious here.
That was really awkward and uncomfortable. We can move on, though, because I don't know if you've heard this, Brandon Sprague. Hello, good morning.
There's a lot more in the sports world we can get to today.
Do you know what week it is here on The Fan?
Yeah, I do.
It is conference.
It's my daughter's birthday week.
Ooh,
That's
should have
what
been
it
the
should be brought
sponsorship.
to you by.
My Little Pony was the sponsor for him.
My Little Pony.
Which is oldest or youngest? Which birthday?
Well, it's the youngest, but she's turning 10.
Passed over the My Little Pony days.
And she'd be offended that you threw
She's
that
upset.
out there. She was never a My Little Pony.
She want to punch me.
Yep.
It is conference championship week, ladies and gentlemen, on top of being the Sprague's daughter's birthday, and that means that tonight we get the series that we've all been waiting for. We've been wanting to fast forward to this moment.
We have.
The NBA playoffs have been interesting because you and I can debate first round, second round. Like, we've had a lot of Game 7s, or not a lot, but a decent amount of Game 7s, I should say.
Yep.
And the Game 7s have largely been duds and blowouts, including last night. The Game 6, like, I didn't have much hope that Minnesota was going to win the series, but you're at home. It's one of those weird, like, Friday night moments we're not going to talk about a ton on Monday. That game sucked, dude. Like, I was relatively excited for Game 6 in Minnesota.
Were you?
Just to see how it was going to look. Like, I didn't think Minnesota was going to win the series, but they had shown that they could win a game in the series. Maybe you get a Game 7 in San Antonio on Sunday, and instead it's an 800-point win with Anthony Edwards dabbing up the other team, and we can get to that in a moment. But just your initial thoughts that we finally get to start Thunder versus Spurs tonight.
Well, let's start it with this, where Sprague was right. I told you the more likely series to go 7 was Detroit-Cleveland. I didn't know Game 7 would be as bad as it was, but...
How do you lose at home and then win like that on the road in Game 7?
Yeah. Well, no, it'd be the reverse, right?
No, I thought the Cavs were up 3-2. Didn't they lose Game 6 on home?
Yeah, the Cavs. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I thought you were.
I'm just saying, like, how did the Cavs lose Game 6 on their home floor?
I'd flip it.
Close out.
How did the Pistons beat Cleveland and then lose by 30 points? That's crazy. Right. And then Minnesota and San Antonio. Like, I understand what you're saying of had won a game, and I had no confidence after Game 5 that series was going to go, just none. And then like I turned it on, and I'm like,
yep.
All right, well, that's it. I mean, the biggest controversy in that series ended up being in the last 8 minutes.
Anthony Edwards dabbing up the team.
I've never seen that. I've never seen a player in any sport at any point just completely stop playing and go over to the bench and dap everybody up as if it was 10 seconds left and he was going to just leave the court with his towel on his head pissed that he lost. Like that, I'd understand. There were 8 minutes left, 8 and some change, and I know you're down 35, but what are you doing?
Now,
even Chris Finch was like, what? What's going on here, dude?
Now, put some context in this for me, because I just saw the quick clip of him doing it. So it's in the middle of a timeout?
I believe it was
because there was 8 or 9 minutes to go.
It was a free throw going timeout situation.
Okay.
Let me make sure I have
that
right.
So basically the teams are walking to their
half
bench.
paying attention to the game. I'm
right. I didn't have it on anymore.
This is terrible.
It was the nightcap on Friday, and if you're that uncompetitive, I'm not watching. I'm watching other things.
And I don't blame you for that.
And there was other stuff going on. I can't remember. Maybe I was watching a Giants game. I can't remember. But anyways, I just saw the clip, and I was curious of the timing of it.
Yeah, it was. It was a timeout. Yeah.
So it's a timeout.
It's crazy.
Is he on the floor playing?
So the Spurs are on their bench. The Timberwolves are on their bench. He walks over
during the timeout.
Like the refs are at the free throw line. That's even worse. The lights are going on, and they're trying to just keep anybody there engaged anymore. The game's over. And he literally goes over into the middle of the coaches are still meeting for the Spurs. He goes into the player huddle and starts dapping everybody up. And then he walked over, and Finch is like,
what are you doing,
What are you doing?
It's still the fourth quarter.
I know
the game's over, but come on, man.
Well, I know it's over, but I'd never seen that, and he said in the postgame, I think he said something effective like, I was just trying to pay my respects to the team, and I know he's not coming back in, but dude, you can't do that for 20 seconds after the game?
Yeah. You can do it later.
The series is over. That's usually what we do. Look, again, if it's a minute left, the clock is
running down and you're dribbling it out.
Yeah, I understand it. Sure. 8 minutes to go is a pretty wild thing to see in a game during a timeout.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted the context, because it would have been one thing, if he's on the floor, you're down by 40, you're getting subbed out with 9 minutes to go, because why still play anybody down by 40 with 9 minutes to go? And he's on that end of the floor, there's a timeout, he knows that he's checking out, and you're just over by their bench, and you happen to lean over and be like, hey, good series, guys. That's different than walking over in the middle of a timeout. And for a guy who, by the way, has gotten the label of, in terms of modern players, more of an old school guy, talking trash, competitive spirit. He's got this Michael Jordan, Kobe killer instinct we've given him credit for. That's something you would have never seen those guys do.
Yeah, and look, I'm okay with a teachable moment. I'm not going to rush to I think the take today is
has he lost
is he a
his
quitter?
Killer instinct? I think he has.
No, I'm not going to go that far either. But this whole did he quit on his team? I'm like, yeah, dude, the game was over. The team had kind of quit itself. They were down 33 points or whatever it was at that point. That's not I quit on my team. It's just bizarre behavior.
You can do it after the game. It's as simple as that. You go do it after the game.
You can Google what he's done off the court. He's already had teachable moments off the court of what not to do while on camera.
Got a few of them.
Here's a teachable moment on camera during a game, what not to do, and something tells me we won't see him do this again. No. But I thought that was just a bizarre scene for a game where I was watching it. I'm like, yeah, this is going about the way I thought it would, and I have it on my phone at the cabin. We're watching a movie, and I look down, and I'm like, what the hell is
happening
going on?
right now?
I was so confused. I thought the clock was wrong.
Yeah.
So just
kudos to you for still having the game on, by the way, down by
it's on
40 points.
I'm not going to claim to tell you what happened 10 minutes after that moment, but it was just bizarre to see it. What is happening here?
Yeah, that's really weird.
His coach looked confused. His team was probably pissed by it, but dude, it's a teachable moment. It's not a good look, but I'm not going to step out. Is he a leader anymore?
Nah, I don't want him anymore. I
now,
think they straight him to Portland.
The spicy and unfortunate nature of him. What hat does he wear? What clothing does he wear every time he doesn't play? And this is right up my alley, so I'm not upset by it.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's Atlanta Brave gear.
Oh, he's an ATL show.
He's an ATL.
Big Georgia guy, right? He's from Georgia originally.
He went to Georgia big ATL shout-a guy. If there's anybody that's going to be brought into the trade, Chatta.
Ooh, bring him down. He's now done in Minnesota. Can't compete in the Western Conference.
I don't think they're in a rush at all, and they shouldn't be. To our point of building, I don't think you should way overreact. I think there's some good stuff here, and he got hurt. That should be a part of this conversation.
They've had some very interesting comments in the aftermath of that, though. Nas Reed coming out saying we need guys to be less moody. They've had an interesting 48 hours since
Randall
that game
strikes
ended.
me as somebody that has a bad game and can come off as moody. I don't know if he's the one he's talking about or referencing. I think Rudy Gobert has a little bit of this, but they're going to have to tweak. There's no doubt. But if anybody's going to be in the Giannis, Dame, you should trade him because they don't win the title stuff, it's going to be Minnesota and Ant because of the Atlanta connection.
Can we do Jeremy Grant, Rui Hachimura, and a couple of second-round picks? Do you think we can get that deal done? Think that'll do it for Anthony Edwards? Bring him to Portland?
I think Alex Rodriguez will stand up right now and tell you got a deal.
We got a deal.
Sir.
Let's go, A-Rod. I'll wear white pants to the deal. Let's shake on it, all right? J-Lo doesn't have to get brought up.
God, talk about buzz.
Well,
Can you imagine bringing in Anthony Edwards.
I mean, it'd be an incredible move, and it's not going to happen. It is, looking at the landscape, it's funny how I teased this as a Spurs versus Thunder, and we end up talking about the T-Wolves.
Well, I'm sorry. We didn't get to the ant stuff. I meant to get that in the first hour.
It's totally fine. I mean, we can holster some of it, and I also love that the second I bring up the exciting news tonight, the first text that came is, you're totally right. It's Game 7, Canadian Sabres tonight. That is tonight. You ain't wrong, buddy. I'm very excited about that. Don't get me wrong.
We can get to the Thunder Spurs stuff in the final hour if you want.
This, to me,
it's a great series.
In the East and the West, more so the West, it's just been, can we get there? It's one of, It feels like Indiana's non-conference schedule. Like I got Old Dominion, Indiana State, and Baylor School for the Blind the first 3 weeks. Can we just fast forward?
Shots you throw at Indiana.
Can we just fast forward to when the games matter? And now the games matter. Now I hate both these teams. I'm rooting for both of them to lose, and I hope everybody tears all their ACLs and the Knicks win the title. To be honest with you, I'm rooting for the New York Knicks the rest of the way.
Are you? You're becoming a New York guy?
I don't want anybody else to win the title.
What if Cleveland wins?
I don't want James Harden to win a championship. Him winning a Game 7 being historically bad was hilarious and perfectly fitting.
What do you have, 9 points in that game?
Dude, I think it was less than that. I want to say he had 6 yesterday.
That was the Donovan Mitchell-Jared Allen game.
He was
and Sam Merrill was really good.
He made
from
3. 2 field goals, and he was 2 of 10. Yeah, 2 of 10, 9 points, 0 of 6 from 3. He was a plus 31. I want him to do nothing. I want him nowhere near a trophy that matters.
2 of 10 in a Game 7, but he somehow won it because other players lifted him.
The irony is great, isn't that? So I'm definitely rooting for New York the rest of the way, but also a meteor tonight if it can hit.
Yeah.
So we'll get to that series coming up in the final hour of the show. I got some college football things in my notes, some nuggies, if you will.
Your team's suing players.
You're damn right we are. Well, come talk about being cheap. You ain't getting away with that $40,000. Bring that money back, baby. You signed a contract.
More NIL.
You signed a contract. We got to go sign a long snapper. So we'll get to that at the top of the hour. Let's get to a couple of baseball nuggies, though, from the weekend that happened, and we'll get to that next. 105.1 FM The Fan. All right, we got college football nuggies to get through at the top of the hour. We got our owner of the Blazers trying to beat cheap allegations.
Well,
I think we got my football program trying to beat rich allegations. Oh, yeah? You think money is no object for us? Hold my beer. Watch what we're doing.
Look, I know people want, like, there's a weird thing going on social media. Like, people want us to destroy Bill Oram.
Ah, yeah, take down
Even
Bill.
though he's going at it with CD council members. Look, I don't agree with the premise of they're leaving and it's doomsday, and
yeah.
I can't decide what Oram writes about. That's Oram's job, not mine. I've given my takes on it. If Bill Oram wants a break, a reprieve from the Blazers becoming the Seattle Super Blazers, I give you Exhibit A on the Oregon Ducks right now. You want to talk about cheap? Holy crap, dude.
Oh, it's fantastic. We'll tell you what's going on. Top of the hour, I got some other nuggies, college football related, including a fun trivia question of how many Power 4 programs, in the 12-team playoff era, so that started in what, 12-team just started in the 4-team playoff era. My apologies.
2015, right?
2014, 2015.
2015, yeah.
So if that entire era we had the 24-team model that we all assume is going to pass,
yeah.
How many Power 4 teams would have not made a college football playoff? I have that answer for you at the top of the hour.
Do you have how many teams are there in total?
That's a good question. You'd have to add.
Because I'm guessing at a number I'm not remembering.
It's about the same as what it used to be, except we've just juggled it, right? Like other than Oregon State and Washington State, like all
18 and 16 and.
Well, now it's now it's all different. I don't know what it is. I'd say 60 off 70. Does that sound right?
60 or 70. That's a gap that Oregon will sue you over.
See what you did there. Don't mess.
If this was the Huskies,
you mess with the bull,
you would have a field day on this story.
Nah, dude, hold the kids accountable. Hold the kids accountable, okay? Got these Gen Zers out here and don't work hard for anything.
Dusty's going to come in here. Hey, there's actually more context to that lawsuit.
Let's get to a couple of baseball nuggies, shall we? Rare weekend, mainly because my team is blown all year.
Yeah.
Where we're all happy coming in, right? You guys won a series.
I'm feeling great, dude.
The Dodgers swept the Angels this weekend.
Sasaki didn't give a walk in the game.
Our outfielders are allowed to hump again. Only one hump, though, after yesterday's win. They didn't 3 hump. They just 1 hump.
1 pump, huh?
1 pump.
A 1 pump hump.
Took 2 out of 3 from the first place Oakland Athletics in the AL West.
The AL West is a joke.
It's a dumpster fire.
This is a year, and look, I know a local fan base is tied to this, and I don't mean, I bet on you to win the World Series, so calm it down. If you win the division, you're not allowed to brag.
No, you shouldn't be able to hang a banner. Doesn't count. That's not a division title.
I'm not mad at that.
That's a race to the bottom. No, it doesn't count. Don't hang a banner.
My division's suddenly getting the Phillies are like in fuego.
That's
right
in
now.
my notes. I want to get to that. So also the Mariners called up a prospect, that too. But yeah, you mentioned it. So and my team was at the brunt of this. I remember we were in Philly right after they fired their manager,
the Mattingly bump,
and made Mattingly the hire. And I'm pretty sure they swept us in a 3-game series.
They did. Was he like 15-3?
He's 15-4 since taking over. And now the Philadelphia Phillies, after a 6-0 win over the Pirates this weekend, are above 500 for the first time since essentially the beginning of the year, 24-23. Now, you guys still have a massive lead in the NL East. That's probably not going to go away.
8 games is still doable.
But yeah, dude, it's still doable, and there's a long ways to go. And when you look at the wild card picture in the National League, we'll see what eventually ends up happening with the Central. But being above 500 at least puts you in the mix for one of those wild card spots. So I don't know if it's just simply a new message, if it's just a change of I don't know what, but I'm actually happy for Donnie Baseball.
Yeah.
Why are you happy for him? Just out of curiosity.
I like Don Mattingly. I feel like he's gotten the shaft at moments in his career.
Has he? Okay.
Like he was the Dodger guy, and then they kind of ran him out.
I thought he got the shaft with the Dodgers.
Yeah, and then Roberts takes over, and nothing really changed, and then they didn't shaft Roberts. Well, I know, but how many years did it take him? They didn't shaft Roberts. They easily could have fired him. He finally wins one, and now they're a dynasty, and he's considered a great manager. Mattingly and then he went to go be the manager of the Marlins, where it's like, dude, nobody's going to be good as the manager of the Marlins.
Yeah, but his boy Jeets recruited him, and
I know. I'm just happy for Don. Okay. Does he have any rings?
I don't believe so.
Because he didn't win one with the Yankees, right? He missed the window.
Wait, wasn't he a bench coach last year for
the Dodgers?
No,
the Dodgers won the World Series.
No, who was he with? Who did he come? He came from Philly from somewhere. I'm
gonna look up, has Don Mattingly ever won a World Series?
I feel like he was just on the bench with somebody
that won a World Series.
Maybe it was. Oh, he was on the Blue Jay staff. Thank you.
Oh, he was on the. Even more so.
So that's why I remember, like when you said World
Baseball.
Series, I was like, oh yeah, and then I was thinking he was on it. Then it wasn't the Dodgers; it was the Blue Jays.
That's the first time in his career he's ever made a World Series as a player or a coach.
Any capacity.
So Don Mattingly for you is the new Dusty Baker.
Yes. Yeah. Like he deserves, and did Dusty win one I don't think, did he win one as a player? I know he won as a manager.
He won one with the Dodgers.
Did he win one with the Dodgers?
Was he there?
I thought the Astros one was his only one.
I know as a manager it was, and that was the point.
It would have been 81 if he was still on. Maybe he was off the roster at that point.
Because as a manager, he got there in 2002 with the Giants, and he had Bonds, and then they blew Game 7 or Game 6, and then lost Game 7, and then he was
he was on the 81 Dodgers.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay,
so he's got one as a manager, one as a player.
So, but similar though in terms of like a manager who kind of deserved one, been around baseball a long time,
likable, long-time baseball guy.
Exactly. Happy for Donnie Baseball. We don't need to spend more time on that on the point. Let's get to the Mariners. They got swept this weekend. Welcome to the world in the NL West. Have fun with the San Diego Padres.
Dude, they're 22-26. They're 2 games back.
It's ridiculous. Don't hang a banner. If you can't hang a banner.
Place.
It's dumb. Colt Emerson, though, the big news for them over the weekend was Colt Emerson was called up. He's their top prospect, 6th overall in all of baseball.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Had a nice little. The videos are always great when you get the call up videos of like, hey, why don't you jump in a car, drive up I-5 because they were in Tacoma. He was in the lineup and then thrown up. They were in Sunday Night Baseball last night against the Padres. They lost the game. He didn't get a hit, but he did score a run. And then I believe Mariner fan can correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't J.P. Crawford end up getting hurt last night? So he might stick around a little bit longer because he was called up originally because Donovan went on the DL. And now I think Crawford got hurt too. And so he might hang around a little bit as an infielder. But their season has not gone great, according to plan. I watched a little bit of the game on Saturday because there's nothing else on and they were on Fox, so I could actually watch them. But, hey, top prospect get calls up. That's always a big headline.
You want to know how crappy that division is? They're 3rd place in the division. They're a +6 run differential, which is the most in the division. The first-place team is the Athletics at a -13. Like, just as a reference point, my team is a +98, and the Phillies, who are red hot, are a -17. That's crazy.
Yeah, what are we doing here?
Is that the worst division in the sport?
Yes.
I think it is.
It's the NFC South.
I'm looking for it. Yeah, I think it is.
You're the Carolina Panthers.
That's nuts.
And I don't see anybody, like, the Mariners have the best argument for a team that can, like, all right, right the ship. Like, they have the most talent, I would argue, on their roster.
They could easily win the division and be a threat.
Well, yeah, and I'm just saying, like, they could go on a run where they win 9 or 10 in a row, and you're like, okay, there it is, Seattle. We've been kind of waiting for that all year. They've been kind of a 1 step forward, 2 steps backwards team all year. Every time they feel like they're finding their groove, then all of a sudden here come the Padres and they get swept, and you're kind of right back to where you started, where you were encroaching on that 500 number, and then here comes another losing streak your way.
So Crawford got plunked with a pitch in his left triceps.
So he might get, I mean, that's the unique part. Like, the Giants called up their top prospect, and it's always weird when they don't get a ton of at-bats. Like, what are we doing here?
That's the exciting part of the call-up, is you think you're going to see him play.
Why is he a rotation? So if he's
sit JP for a game and see what Colt does at shortstop.
Yeah, and Donovan, who got hurt, he's on the IL for 10 days. So I don't know how long he's going to be at the big league level, but it's always, I mean, he's top prospect, one of the top prospects in all of baseball, getting called up over the weekend. Any other baseball dealings that enticed you this weekend? How about Paul Skeens hasn't walked a guy in like a month.
He damn near had a no-hitter.
He damn near had a no-hitter in his last outing.
Bryce hit one 800 miles off of him.
They had somebody try and bunt in the 4th inning to break up a perfect game, if I saw that correctly. I think, was that the series in Philly? Were they in Philly? Yeah.
Well, we mentioned
they were in Pittsburgh, but they were playing the Phillies.
Okay, in Pittsburgh. Got it.
We mentioned it in the first hour, but I want to highlight Bobby Witt Jr.'s fake catch on an errant throw that fooled the base runner so bad that his coach and his teammate in St. Louis were telling him to go, but he didn't believe him.
Go.
That's one of the best baseball plays I think you'll see. And the only other thing on because everything else we've kind of touched on.
Yeah.
How many home runs do you think Judge is going to finish with?
What's he at right now? Is he on a pretty historic pace? I'm not going to pretend like
I'm watching. About a week ago, I checked. They said he was on pace for 67, but right now he sits at
he's one of a kind,
home runs.
He's one of a kind. This is what sets him apart. He does it year after year after year after year. It's not an aberration. It's not. I mean, he is the most dominant power hitter of this generation.
We talk about Raleigh, right? We'll see if Cal can get it when he comes back. So right now it's at 62.
Okay, 62 pace. It'd be great. He can break the American League record again. Congratulations on that. They'll cut into our college football. Speaking of which, let's go to college football to start the final hour. Is this the amount of money that you would find somebody over? How many teams would have not made a playoff had it always been in the 4-team era, a 24-team playoff? Some other NBA notes. We got a load of final hour. Don't go anywhere. Dirt and Sprague, 105.1 FM, The Fan.
Big hits, big bets, big plays.
Today I'm laying the big wood.
This is the Layin' Wood Report, brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 50 years.
That was exquisite! Yes! Unbelievable! This was a knockout blow.
That was CBS Sports Aaron Rai wins the PGA Championship.
Yeah, ruined my weekend. And I will admit, at that point in the tournament, doesn't happen very often on a championship Sunday, I had turned it off. It was a long afternoon of golf. I dialed in from basically the start of when the leaders went off and Rory teed off, and by that point it was over, and I went outside and saw that he pulled away for a couple of more birds, so I missed that putt live. But congrats to Aaron Rai for winning a PGA.
Are the Cavs the Aaron Rai of the NBA if they win the title?
I think that's disrespectful to the Cavs.
Lane Wood Report brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 60 years. Delivery, custom cutting, and special orders. Visit them at Southeast Stark Street or online at mrplywoodinc.com.
Hey, guys.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on The Fan, the NBA Conference Finals ready to get underway tonight. We will start in the West. OKC hosting the San Antonio Spurs, 5:30 tip on KGW 8. Thunder are a 6.5-point favorite. The East will start on Tuesday after the Cavs ended the Pistons' run in Detroit 125-94. They get the Knicks at Madison Square Garden. Portland Fire wrapping up their season-opening homestand, hosting the Connecticut Sun tonight at Moda Center. Connecticut yet to win this season. It's a 7 o'clock tip. We'll have pregame coverage on 910 ESPN Portland starting at 6:45. The Fire are 3.5-point favorites. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Let's do this final hour. Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader at 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube.
Wash your ass.
Make sure you're washing your asses out there. Hope your weekends were great. We got sunshine on the horizon. I already booked a tea time this morning during the show, looking up at Rod Hill, telling me what the weather's going to be like later in the week. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Take my 80 degrees.
Thanks for the invite.
I actually need people to play. You want to play on Friday? I haven't found anybody. I just book tea times and then I find people later.
I'm leaving town on Friday.
Where are you going? You just left town last weekend.
Got a beach house for the daughter's birthday.
God, come on, man. Oh, that's right, her birthday. Yeah, you can't play golf this weekend. Why are you giving me crap for not inviting
Choose
you?
a Wednesday at like 11 a.m.
No, I
like a normal person off at 10.
No, Friday tea times are the best, man. The best part about the
That's
morning
the day
show.
everybody skips work.
That's fine. I don't care about that. The best part about this job is on Fridays, it almost feels like you have a 3-day weekend because you're done work so early in the day that you get all day Friday to go explore the spaces.
Yeah.
Don't tell my wife I booked it, though. I haven't got approval yet.
I'm sure she'll stop you.
Lots to get to in this hour. Couple of quick housekeeping notes, by the way. Yankee fan chiming in. As a Yankee fan, I will never forgive ESPN for pulling that crap with Judge and cutting into games. I knew the second it happened, everyone was just going to use it as an excuse to blame the Yankees for it and bring it up on morning radio for the next 10 years. You're damn right we will. We will never forget.
Wasn't that Wake Forest Clemson? Wasn't it a random ACC game or something?
I can't remember
they
what
busted
game
into?
it was. It was a couple. It was like around the whole, because it went
The
all
whole
the way
sport.
to the whole sport. It was just like, what are we doing right now?
Hold
Nobody
on.
cares.
I want to
man.
see which game it interrupted.
It was a number of them. I know that. It wasn't just one standalone game because by the time you get to the end of the baseball regular season, you're at the end of September essentially, and so you're getting full slates of college football games. And I remember it week in and week out of like, hey, he's at 59. He's going to get to 60. Let's cut in. What are we doing?
I remember just thinking, like, this isn't the record.
It's not the record.
Like, well, in the AL, technically in the AL.
What are we doing here?
Okay.
Two other bits of housekeeping. One, I don't watch a lot of daytime television or morning television, obviously because we're working. But with our YouTube TV on in here, you got a quad box up with the Today Show as a part of it.
Well, it was NBC local news. I was watching KGW and then all the other sports stuff.
The Samantha Guthrie thing is just... I don't even really know what it is. It's just so wild and weird to me that she's back on national television.
It's very bizarre of like, how do you... I more think about it from here. Like, her perspective got to be, I got to get back to some normalcy in my life.
Yes.
Right? There's only so much you can do all day. I wouldn't know what to do as a coworker.
How do you broach that? How do you handle that?
I've known you a long time. And we're pretty cool. If your mom went
disappeared
missing and there's like some questionable stuff of what's happening and it just happened and they haven't found a trace of evidence.
You take like a month off work and then it's like, well, I guess I got to go back to work now.
I'd ask you how it's going and you give me all the back stuff that you don't want public. But like at some point, I'm coming in every day like, is he okay? Is this like, weird? Yes. Do I ask again? Do I not ask anymore?
Right. How you handle those is tough because some people want to talk about it, other people don't want to talk about it. Like it's one thing if a parent or somebody close to somebody passes away. That's something that we all go through. This is we assume that she's passed away, but we don't know. She was kidnapped.
I'm pretty good with
wild.
A lot of awkward moments. I'm actually the worst of all the stuff is death.
Yeah. Because there's nothing you can say.
I'm just not a guy that believes. I'm not very good at being the guy to reach out about death. And it's not to say like if one of my closest friends had a loss, I would say, dude, I'm so sorry. But like I'd see them again and instinctually want to go, how you been? Like, but you don't ask that.
Right.
it's not that I wouldn't have a conversation. It's just I'm not the best person with it.
No, I'm with you there. It just, I looked up and I'm like, God, her being back on TV is really strange. But to your original points, like, were you just never going to work again? Like, at some point you got to go back. But I was curious, was that an NBC thing of like, how much are we paying you?
I was going to say, she's probably got a pretty decent
She's making
contract.
millions of dollars. Like, we need your ass back in the studio. Also, this is going to be good for our ratings to have you back on the show. Like, that is for sure a part of their thinking.
Well,
Samantha Guthrie being back is going to be like, hey, this is
a ratings bump.
This will generate some clicks for us, guys.
Yeah, but like, what's Al Roker thinking? Savannah, you see the weather? I'm about to report it. See that?
I'm uncomfortable, man. I'm just, that's a weird one for me. Did you see, by the way, the planes collide in Idaho?
I did see that.
Holy shit!
Yeah, the air show in Idaho, they had like a weird collision. It wasn't like a direct. Like hammer into each other?
One of the fighter jets tried to like go on. They were doing an air show and it was on top, and then something somehow got wedged in one plane to the other.
And then they kind of went straight up together and then like bumped, and then they fizzled down, and then
bananas.
Everybody ejected though.
Everybody's fine, and you see the videos. You see the parachutes coming down. The planes obviously didn't make it. They came down to the ground and burned. Just wild to see.
That's
one
wild
of those.
because we had the Hillsboro Air Show was going on, and the Hops were home this weekend.
It was this weekend.
So we had planes like buzzing over during the game.
I went for a walk Friday after the show. I went out to meet the wife and kid for a coffee, or they were somewhere in the neighborhood, and I saw 3 fighter jets fly over the house, and I'm like, that's not normal.
Yeah.
I'm wondering it was for the
air
show getting ready to go. Yeah.
Either that or that war's escalated.
I mean, when you see fighter jets, it's you can't miss them.
There's a little unsettling nerve when you're in the middle of a conflict.
Are they dropping a bomb on me? Are those mine? Are those theirs?
They're a little noisy too.
Yes.
Yeah, when they're because they come over our house quite a bit out there in Happy Valley.
Yeah, you're by the Air National Guard.
Right, not
area.
very far. When they race over, there is a bit of like an uneasiness when you're in the middle of a Middle Eastern conflict of like, are they stopping something and nobody's just going to say anything to us?
These friends are foe here right now, huh? Who are we dealing with here?
We got Red Dawn going on.
Donald, where are you?
Yeah.
Are you on the call? Or are you asleep?
I think one of the so when I went and visited my brother, he lives up in Renton, right near the facility for the Seahawks, and he lives right on the water, and we went out there to visit last summer. And they had the Blue Angel show going on that weekend, but they practice, and dude, they're racing over for days. We got like a mini little air show for us, like that wasn't real because it was a couple days before it, and that was interesting to see.
That's wild stuff.
One of the biggest regrets I have, but I also don't regret it, but I do. When we were early on starting, I got an email invite from the Hillsboro Air Show. They were going to fly. They were going to let us go on in the cockpit and do a fly-up with one of the pilots.
Nope.
And I wish I would have done it, but I'm also terrified of flying.
I would never do it.
Handling those G's and the turns.
I'm too much of a pansy. You can make fun of me all you want. I want nothing to do with that.
I mean, there's no other airplane up there. It's just you.
I just saw a video of 2 of them collide and guys have to parachute out. I'm out, man.
What if a guy's like, eject?
What if I don't hit the right button?
Where? I wasn't listening.
I wasn't paying attention.
That would be terrifying.
Who pays attention when they're on the plane to the security thing? The exit rows are right here, and then make sure you put on your oxygen. Everybody's got their headphones. Nobody's paying attention to that.
We kind of know already, though.
I mean, sure, you've been through it a million times.
Fighter jet's different.
I'm not going to remember.
Yeah.
I don't like myself under stress.
I'm listening very closely.
Where's my ejection button? Where's my button? I'm not doing that, dude. I'm out, man.
How's this suit work?
Yeah, I think it was like 2013 or 14. I got an email invite, and I chickened out. I didn't do it, and I regret it, but I don't.
I'm a pansy ass. I want nothing to do with that. Last but not least, how about your guy Aaron Rodgers being back, $25 million? Here we go, baby. This is the year.
How did we get this 2 weeks wrong?
I don't know.
They said it like 2 weeks ago. He was going to come to Pittsburgh and sign, and then he didn't. And then
I also got catfish this weekend with Aaron Rodgers' wife. There was a picture that went viral. It said, "This is Rodgers' wife." Here's the first public photo.
No.
And it was really funny to look at because it was, how would you create it in your head is how they created it.
AI thing?
It was some guy with
Weird
nose rings
science.
and like tassels coming down and,
probably has a lizard
dreadlocks,
split tongue.
Lizard split tongue. And I'm like, oh my God, this. Oh, no, I got catfish. That's not actually
the split tongue thing, by the way.
You into it?
Oh, I'm into it from my point of view.
From your point of view, yeah.
Having it's got to be bizarre.
Oh, I want nothing to do with having it, but you can use it on me.
Here we go, man. Here we go.
I thought I made that clear. I don't think you needed to add any context to what I was saying.
We got it.
Are you sure? I just wanted to make sure that
we got it.
It's like the pectoral bounce. But like how you do that with a tongue. The right side's up, the left side's down. Why?
Drip, drip, drip.
Why did you get that? I feel like there's only really one reason.
Eat your own butt.
It's not about comfortability, being comfortable, is it? Actually eating food's a lot easier with a split tongue. Is it?
You slip a noodle in there?
Yeah, well, yep. Like when you're 60, is that a tattoo you regret? Is that a situation?
Dude, seeing a 65-year-old.
What would you regret more?
What if your grandmother had that?
Well,
it's like the Happy Gilmore scene where she's wearing the kiss mask and you're like, who's this old lady? And then she takes it off and she's a nice old lady.
Yeah.
Imagine if your grandma had that.
Yeah, well, imagine your mom had it. Tongue ring, lizard tongue. What would you rather have there? I don't know if you win. That's a loss 2 ways.
Yeah, either way, it's. Can you fix that? Can you re-sew it together?
I can't imagine that's an enjoyable experience to have happen to you the first time, let alone want to go through it the second.
Better be some strong anesthesia and knock my ass.
Oh, dude, you're out. You are knocked completely out if you're morphing the tongue back together. What's that scar look like?
It can't look good.
Would you rather have a split tongue or a Ninja Turtles tattoo? Because I got a Ninja Turtle tattoo.
Oh, give me a Ninja Turtle tattoo any day of the
I think
week.
you could live with the Ninja Turtle tattoo.
I have no problem looking at that and laughing and enjoying it. The split tongue thing is like, there better be a purpose for that.
I mean, we all know what the purpose is.
That seems like...
How many licks does it take to get to the center of that Tootsie Pop now?
Exactly.
You're doing double the work. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. Up, down, up, down, up, down. How about up, downs? It's football season.
Take your hands and put it down your pants, son.
Well, my football team's cheap. We learned that today. Let's get to a couple of college football nuggies as we transition out of split tongue talk.
Gotta be an experience, though.
I would love, yeah. Anyways, I digress. All right, let's get on track here. My football team is suing a former player. This is a hilarious headline.
This is such a bad look.
I don't care, dude. So this is coming out. They are suing former football player Dakota Fields. Dakota Fields, if you don't remember, he entered the portal last year. Now, he was a player. I was trying to remember exactly how it all transpired because I remember Lanning ranting about a guy. Like, I don't think they understand that guys are going to transfer. It's the modern era of the sport and all. But he was asked in the moment, I remember it happened in like the middle of the year, and he just stopped showing. Like, he didn't even tell them he was transferring. He just stopped showing up to practice and just went home.
And he kind of called it out, but he didn't say his name, right?
He called it out, but he didn't use the name because he was it happened in the middle of the season. Everybody's like, wait, he's not a part of the program anymore? What? And so people started asking Lanning about it, and he was like, yeah, I got an issue if you're not going to man up and like come sit down with me and tell me I don't want to be here anymore, I want to leave, or I'm going to transfer, I want to go closer to home. Like, at least let's have the conversation and not just have you bolt. Anyways, he bolts, he transfers. I believe he landed at Oklahoma in the offseason. I don't know if he's going to play this year. But as is customary in modern college football, these players have financial agreements and contracts that they sign with the university. And so he had language in his contract that he signed with Oregon that if he ever transferred, he had to pay them something in the ballpark of $40,000 as a quote unquote settlement of like, I'm buying out of my contract to go play elsewhere. So that was in his deal. So he enters the transfer portal, and evidently Oregon gave him a date that he needed to pay it by. He paid close to, but not up to the full amount of the payment. He gave him like 30 of the 40,000.
Yeah.
And now Oregon is taking his ass to court for the $10,000 remaining in a breach of contract.
There's going to be a little interest in that. It might be like a $13,000 situation. If Washington did this,
I would never let him hear the end of it.
You'd never let them hear the end of this. You have got $30 to $40 million NIL revenue every year.
Send him a message, baby.
What are we doing with this?
Send him a message, all right?
What position does he play, by the way?
Hey, did he sign the contract or did he sign the he's a secondary guy.
Secondary guy? We're suing a guy for 10 G's in the secondary that never played?
Hold him to a standard, okay? This is a place of excellence here.
I guess.
And if you're going to tuck your tail and run, be a soft badge cookie, we're going to take your ass to court.
Is he an employee?
Well, no, but kind of.
It's just, look,
it's really funny.
It's a bizarre look.
Of all the schools to do
this,
it's
a bad look.
Like, this would happen in a lot of schools that, again, that's the irony of it, get hit with a cheap label of like, dude, we need that 10 grand. Like,
if Oregon State did
excuse me, I would like my money back, please.
I'd say laugh, but also I don't blame them. You guys doing this is the funniest outcome.
So essentially, he owed them, I'm reading through the story. So he owed Oregon in their buyout agreement $39,882.
So about call it 40 G's.
40 G's.
Yeah.
Oregon, being the the wonderful stewards that they are of the youth in the community, came to Fields and said, even though you bailed and didn't call us and just left town without alerting anybody inside the program, they cut $10,000 off of the owed balance. They said, hey, instead of $39,882, how about $29,882 and we'll call it good. So they already took, according to them, $10,000 off of the buyout deal, and then he proceeded to pay them $19,000, which is $10,000 cheap of what he actually owed them. Hence, we got ourselves a lawsuit in court. Interesting story that you don't see very often.
We can laugh about this, and I think people should make fun of them for it.
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead.
Can you tell me, like, what would the argument be for them? Because it's not money. What's the purpose of it?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know if it's personal, again, because of the way he left the program. So the quote that Lanning had is in the article that I'm reading. And I remember, so this is November 5th. So we're in the back half of the year, playoff run, all that.
Yep.
And he was asked about it. He just said, quote, he didn't come to work today. We haven't talked to Dakota, so he did use him by name. So I guess that's just the way it goes nowadays. Because the reports came out that he had left the program, and he had his press conference that day.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, hey, what's the deal? And he was like, I don't know. I haven't talked to him. He literally just left. And so I don't know if this is a personal thing of like, we have no issue with you transferring, but do it the right way. Like, come sit down with me face to face. I don't know if it's that. It's certainly not a financial thing for the university. That's what makes it interesting and ironic. But they're suing him for $10,000. The last time I remember them suing somebody was when their running back coach Lachlan went to Ohio State. I remember
soft batch cookie guy.
He was, everybody was a soft batch cookie that left, and then he ended up leaving. And
that's a little different though. Like those contracts.
That
was
a buyout. There was a bigger amount. It wasn't 10. We're talking like $1 million. I can't remember exactly, but they sued him. I think Ohio State was a part of it for some sort of breach of contract. I don't remember how that played out.
But that's a lot different. You're battling Ohio State. You're losing a positional guy.
Totally different.
I get it. This one is for a program with a head coach that I think is pretty at the forefront of how to navigate this world. It's a really bizarre decision to make to go in, even if it's Lanning's going, I had no clue, dude. It's the NIL making this. It still doesn't make them as an institution. It looks bizarre.
Yes, it does.
And I don't know what you stand to gain here outside of your $12,000.
$10,000 is $10,000, buddy.
Sure.
Okay? That's what they need to finish their $1 billion indoor practice facility.
So they 3-night stay on a recruiting trip.
They're $10,000 short on the bill in Dakota over my dead body. Are we not finishing this project? Okay?
Very bizarre.
I saw this. It was a great stat over the weekend. So we're careening towards. We'll have to get our guy Bill Connolly on. He wrote a great piece.
He might be on tomorrow, actually, at 8.
He wrote a great piece on the 2014 playoff and like, what are we doing here? And look, the Big Ten is having their meetings, their spring meetings this week, and they're going to be pumping this thing because the Big Ten is the leading charge behind all of it.
Surprised that's his stance, by the way.
For Connolly,
well, he's a big overall football guy. Like he likes the FCS.
So I read through his piece, and it was essentially like there's ways to do this, but not make it a 2014 playoff. Of like have it be more exclusive, but play-ins to the playoff, if that makes sense. Of like reimagining the end of the year. So it's a spin on kind of what the format
would be. Don't we kind of view it that way in general when you talk about it anyway? Because I do.
Like I do too.
Army's not winning the playoff.
No, but them being in it's a big deal, and that connects to the point of. Do you care to guess? Now, let me see how many Power 4 teams there are. Because I want to know how many Power 4 football teams are there.
Yeah, you asked me how many Power 4 teams would not have made the 2014 playoffs since 2014.
How many teams are in the Big 12 now?
16, I want to say.
So 16, 16, 16, and 18.
There are a total of 68 total teams, according to Google AI.
So 68?
68 total teams.
How many wouldn't have made the 2014?
This is if the 2014 playoff existed from the start of the playoff era. So 2014, 2015, so you would have had it for about 12 years.
Okay.
How many Power 4 teams would have not have made a playoff by now?
I will say 14.
14? Okay.
That's probably not enough.
I think it might actually be more.
You think
closer
it's more?
To 20.
You're going to go closer to 20?
Yeah.
You were both overshooting.
Oh.
Only 7 Power 4 teams would have not
Which 7?
made.
Name them.
Do you want to take any cracks at it? Because some of them are kind of funny.
How long ago?
Well, some of these
since
teams...
2014, 2015.
Okay.
So UCF would have... Well, UCF they weren't in.
They would have made one.
Yeah,
because of the year they went undefeated.
You're right, because they went undefeated.
Yeah. Your program is in this. You guys would have made a playoff.
Yep.
Multiple playoffs.
Yeah, we would have had a couple appearances in it.
Yep. Let's see. We got 4 from the Big Ten.
How long ago?
1 from the Big 12 and 2 from the ACC.
Northwestern?
Northwestern's not. They would have made a playoff.
Didn't they go to a Rose Bowl one year?
They would have made 4. Holy shnikes. That's listed on here. They would have made 4.
Oh, yeah, because
Fitzgerald had a couple of good seasons there where they were winning 8 or 9 games.
Who are they?
Your teams are Boston College.
Oh, BC.
This one kind of surprised me. Cal would have never made one. Like I would have figured there would have been
Yeah,
one year
but
in there where
Wilcox
Wilcox
was
they got
there
the-
for like a long time.
I
and
know.
then
I feel like there was a year.
Sonny Dykes didn't
They
have
were
a
the
year.
definition of 7
He
and
might have
5.
been gone. No,
Because 2014 he was there.
Yeah, I feel like
Wilcox
he was.
wasn't the coach, was he?
I can't remember. Kansas. This one also surprising because I feel like Kansas had a couple of good seasons with Leipold lately, but Kansas wouldn't have made it.
Didn't they have a 9-win season?
According to
Okay.
Next Round
All right.
Live, they're
All
telling
right.
me Maryland was on the list.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Nebraska, which
That's crazy. They're on that list.
Purdue,
a 2014 playoff, and they wouldn't have been in it in the last
12 years. Purdue and Rutgers.
I was going to guess Purdue, but I thought Purdue had a really good year with R.I.P. Rondale Moore.
I know. I
Wasn't
think
that a
they
good
just
year?
pulled off an upset, but they didn't get to 9 wins, maybe 8 and 4. So they went through and just stacked up basically the end of the year rankings and how it would have looked and how many would have made it. So just a good indicator of how much more open the field is going to be.
I would have enjoyed those couple years. Oregon State would have been in it.
It would have been cool, man, to be a part of the dance. So we'll see if we can get Connolly on. There's a couple of college football nuggies for you. Let's dive back into the NBA with award season underway and the conference finals beginning tonight. That is next on 105.1 FM, The Fan.
Hey, Sprague here.
This update brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club. Good or bad weather, the golf course always the driest around. Download the Langdon Farms app today. Get all the latest news and specials. First on the Fan, Game 7 Eastern Conference semifinals in the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Buffalo Sabres.
Let's go, Buffalo.
Looked like they were down and out early in Montreal.
I got a ticket on them, man.
7 unanswered goals in Game 6. They are home. 4:30 puck drop on ESPN.
Can't wait, baby. Game 7. Who needs Thunders and Spurs
tonight?
No. Best 2 words in sports, baby.
That's right.
Game 7. How about this in the animal kingdom? This was a fascinating video that I just watched. Do you guys know who the armored catfish is?
No.
Google image or video armored catfish desert.
Wow.
There's pieces and areas of Brazil that completely dry up.
Okay.
But they get these little pond lakes within their dune deserts. Catfish basically get stuck as the water dries out. They have to use the mucus in their body to survive. And then eventually, when it dries out and different lakes form, they bust out of the sand and they squiggle over until they find water. It's insane to see, but they'll travel long distances.
That's awesome.
A catfish is going in the desert finding water.
I bet you didn't think I was going to go softball for this one, but it happened over the weekend and it needs to be pointed out. Did you guys see what happened in the Texas Tech Ole Miss game? Am I the only one that saw this?
Yeah, they scored like 10 runs in the...
So 7 innings they play in softball,
yes.
right? Follow along here. Ole Miss is up 8-0. It's the bottom of the 7th inning. There's 2 outs and a runner on first. 8-0. Texas Tech then scored 8 runs with 2 outs to tie the game and went on to win the game in the bottom of the 8th, 10-9 with a walk-off.
That is a
Teams down 8-0 at any moment during an NCAA tournament softball game. We're 0-640. They are now 1-640.
Wow. That's your update from Dirt, Sprague, and Swag here at the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
What up, James? Welcome back in. 9:28 on your Monday morning. Good thought coming in on the split tongue thing. You could technically lick both sides of the fork and spoon at the same time. Cleaning the spatula, making brownies.
Licking both sides, I think, is the end goal there, Andrew.
Gets a little bit easier,
That's
does
why
it not?
you split the tongue right down the middle. It's good!
I enjoy this one. Typical beef, telling other people how to spend their money. Hey, man, why don't you stop pocket watching us, all right? Why don't you sit down over there? Okay, stop pocket. Don't worry about what we're doing with our money over here, okay? Why don't you sit down, worry about your own problem?
I think we're actually laughing at you now. You've been laughing at us for years. I think we're like, what? That's what you're going to do?
Last one. Not an Oregon fan in the slightest, but I'm glad they're holding this kid accountable. He signed a contract. Amen, dude. Amen. That's what I'm saying.
I always love that. Not a Duck fan at all, but I completely agree with everything Oregon's doing right now.
I will be curious if we start to see more of these. Like, this is ultimately why DeMond Williams didn't transfer, is because he had a contract. He had $1 million something buyout.
But that was for high six
I get it. I'm just saying,
7.
like, these things happen. I'm just wondering if we start to get more lawsuits out of it, because there's been a couple. The Miami what was the Miami kid's name from Wisconsin? I can't remember off the top of my head. But we've seen a few of these, so we'll see if that happens more around the college football world. I was any reaction to a guy who's been one of the better players in the sport for a while now, not quite at the MVP level or the top 5 or 10 level. It's been almost a decade in the league, and Donovan Mitchell has made his first conference finals in his career.
Yeah, it's a really good moment, man. He was not like, it wasn't his best performance of a series, but what he did in game 5 and 7 was phenomenal, especially considering how poorly they played in game 6. They just kind of no-show. Detroit took it to him and took that game. What he did yesterday, I think it was in the third quarter, he scored 15 points. He basically shut the game down completely.
That helps.
Phenomenal. When James Harden's 2 of 10 in a game 7, and we're like, well, there's James Harden. Big game James is back.
And you still win
and
by
it doesn't
30.
matter because you win by 30 because Jared Allen, Evan Mobley, Sam Merrill, and Donovan Mitchell are so awesome. Look, I have a ticket on the Cavs. I don't know why I did this. I think I just jumped on the value of it. But when James Harden went to Cleveland, I had the same thought as everybody else. Like, oh, you want to come up short in the playoffs?
Yeah, here's your guy. They were able to overcome it in Game 7. It didn't kill them in the last series.
I got a ticket on them. I don't have a lot of confidence. I think the Knicks are going to win this relatively quickly. But, dude, they have moments where you watch it and you go, man, Jared Allen can be awesome. Evan Mobley can be awesome. Sam Merrill from the perimeter. Max Strus wasn't even very good, can be good. Dennis Schroeder, when he's not turning the ball over, good little point guard. And if Harden pulls his head out of your you-know-what, he's 17-year vet. He can get it, but...
I mean, he'll give you a good game or two. I don't know if you can rely on him for the full series, but he'll give you a moment.
Not to beat New York, and that's the unfortunate. Good moment for him. Great season for Cleveland. They took a gamble on a trade, and it's their first conference final appearance
and over at
pre-LeBron.
Yeah.
So 92, I think, or 91 was the year they got to the conference finals.
Without LeBron James?
Without LeBron James.
That's a wild stat.
By the way, the cool story for me here,
That's
Donovan
a wild
Mitchell's
stat.
a really good story. I like Donovan Mitchell.
He seems like a good guy. He's been in the league a long time. I just thought I was trying to remember back to the Utah days, and then I was like, that's right. They always kind of came up short of the playoffs. I know in Cleveland that's the way it's gone. So at first I was a little surprised that was the first time he's been there in his career.
But Utah to me in that era was a little Detroit-esque to me. Like I never bought Utah
good regular
as a real,
season team, but not a real contender.
I never bought him as like a true contender. Detroit, he said the same thing all year. Like it was a fun story. I love the Detroit basketball thing. They got fascinating roster decisions. Are they going to extend Duren? What do you do with Asor Thompson? Like you have 2 of your 5 guys starting.
Duren was awesome in Game 6 and then unplayable for other moments of the series.
I mean, he's not an offensive threat.
Yeah.
And we saw this with Klingon. I want Klingon to be the center of the future. If you have no offensive game, man, you do your team a disservice. You got to have some kind of offense out there. Like, look at the team squaring off in the conference finals. Who's the weak man? If OG Anunoby plays, who's the weak man for New York on offense? Right. Josh Hart?
Probably.
But he's coming off the bench. Like, Bridges
he can still
maybe?
give you 16, 17, 18.
It's a fascinating look at roster construction, and you don't need all 5 guys to score 20 points.
But have the threat to be able to do something.
Yes, and we saw this ourselves, and we just watched it with Detroit. You got to be a threat. But the story of that series, it's not necessarily Detroit. It's not even Cleveland and Donovan Mitchell. How about Dan Gilbert?
This was a cool story.
I thought this was a great story. He did this in Game 5, by the way.
I didn't see it when it happened.
Game 7.
Yeah.
He had 25 buses of fans that he bought tickets to this game, and he bussed them over to Detroit. And then in Game 7, people found out not only did he bust the fans there, he was sitting amongst them.
Yes.
He wasn't in a suite. He wasn't courtside. He wasn't right next to the bench. And it wasn't like he was in the 300 section.
No.
But he's in the upper part of the 100 section sitting with the other fans, chanting and screaming. And, dude, I thought it was a really good look. For a guy that once had nothing but a bitch look, for writing that letter about LeBron leaving him.
That's such a tough spot, too, because we all agree with the sentiment, but it also, like, if you're a Cavs fan in that moment, how do you want your owner to react? Like, I want him to
I get it.
I'm livid. I'm burning my jersey. I know.
You can't do it.
But also, on the one hand, we want to appreciate him being fan-like. Yeah. Like, that's just kind of who he is as an owner.
That's very fair to point out. You still can't do it, but I agree with what your sentiment is.
Because if I'm burning my jersey in the street, I want my owner writing a cease and desist to ever have anything to do with the player. Like, that's how I'm reacting.
And then you draft Anthony Bennett and you go, hey, player, why don't you come on back, actually? I take all of that back. And they won a title.
They did.
And give them credit for this, man. Navigating the last year LeBron, I still don't think they handled it right. I think they should have used the pick to trade and go all in to try to win one more.
Yeah, give him one more roll.
But they didn't let LeBron dictate that. LeBron was going to go to the Lakers. He did. And they've built a good, consistent little something in Cleveland. I don't think it's going to beat New York, but, dude, he has been able to kind of turn the reputation around a little bit outside of the Cleveland bubble, and I think people in Cleveland have grown to really come to like enjoy him as a sports owner, and that was a really cool moment, having all the buses and whatnot.
One of the cooler things I've ever seen an owner do, man, when you see those kind of like the people who matter getting appreciated, the buses, the fans were all psyched about it. Like that's just such cool, but it's the kind of stuff that you look at from the outside in of saying, if I were in that spot with that kind of money to own a team, I would love to do like that's the kind of stuff that makes an impact inside your city.
Sitting with them would be cool,
like,
too.
Hanging out with them, like grabbing a beer, yelling for the Cavs all night, and they end up winning the game by 30 points on the road. Like, awesome moment for them. I'm not giving them much of a chance in the conference finals. We'll have more time on that on tomorrow's show, because here I will give a brief credit to the NBA. By the way, is Amazon Prime done officially?
I
Yes.
believe so, yeah.
Thank Jesus. Get it
So
out of here.
The West Finals is on NBC. The East Finals
ABC.
is on ESPN ABC.
Yes, so just for the love of God, if I had to do a double screen thing tonight, because I'm going to watch hockey, it's Game 7, but also I'm psyched for Spurs and Thunder because from a basketball angle, it should be a very good series. I'm not doing this anymore. Give me my multi-box and let me watch my sports. It's 2026. I also would give the NBA credit here. According to my quick scroll through the schedule, they're going every other day. There's no lengthy off days.
Yeah.
So every day there will be a game.
That's how the conference finals has always worked.
I thought there was always 2 games off when you're traveling town.
The finals does that.
The finals does that.
The finals extends that.
Well, I was just scrolling through. I'm like, oh, okay, there's a game literally every night. It rotates back
finals,
and forth.
unless they move one up, like if both teams were in sweeps. And I think they did that. I think the Spurs and Thunder was originally scheduled to start Wednesday. They moved it up to Monday.
And then the Thunder won on Friday, and they're like, let's go, baby, get the thing underway. So, yeah, I'm psyched for it. Should be fun tonight. Let's get to that. So this is a series that I hate both teams with a passion, so it makes it a little weird. I'm going to try and take any sort of like gambling or rooting interest off.
I love that you already hate both
I can't
of these
stand
teams
them.
with
Dude,
a
San
passion.
Antonio was born on third base. They got the luckiest draft lottery ping pong ball in the history of the sport twice, getting Tim Duncan and Victor Wembanyama. Like, screw them.
They got it a couple other times.
8 years without going to the playoffs. Oh, my God. It's been such a hard run for us. Like, I can't
They also
stand
got the
them,
Dylan Harper pick. They fell
yes.
all the way to 2, and then let's not act like Stephon Castle was some like late second-round find. He was the 4th pick in the draft.
Yes.
You needed Atlanta to not take Stephon Castle.
Yeah. Yeah. I hate them. Can't stand them. I don't want them to be good. But here they are, and I can't do anything about it. Same thing for the
Who do you
Thunder.
hate more?
I don't know. I haven't decided that. I'm going to let the series play out a little bit.
Really?
I got to let it breathe a little bit. I got to open this bottle of wine.
You don't have one you hate more going into it?
Well, on the one hand, the Thunder winning another title would end the drought end the run of 7 different champions. So that would kind of suck because it would signal a dynasties here. But I've also, sometimes the enemy you know is better than the enemy you don't know. Mm-hmm. And them winning another, like I've already seen them win a title. So them winning another one doesn't really impact me at all. It's not a shock.
But it's
seeing
also
San Antonio win one then sets up the fear of like, now there's 2 dynasties. Now I got to deal with both these guys. And I'm going to have that feeling either way, no matter how it plays out. But I'm trying to approach this from a basketball angle.
Okay.
Of just like, let's appreciate what I'm witnessing. How excited are we for the series?
Be odd to follow the series with you. You're just gonna every day.
I'm gonna find something to bitch about every day.
I think,
mark my words.
I think
will
the
find
winner of
something to
every game, if it's Thunder in 4, then it's only one team. If it's Thunder in 5, largely one team. If this is a 6 or 7 game series, I have a take that every game you're gonna come in and hate the winner.
Yeah. That's probably how it's going to go.
And then you're going to conclude that you just hate both of these teams equally as much and that they should never exist. That being said,
you're not wrong.
I'm going into this series with some optimism that the matchups are difficult, but I'm overall going to rest here. I think the Thunder are going to win the series in 5.
You think it's over, like competitive games, but over quickly?
Yes. I think the experience factor will rear its ugly head, and I know the Spurs have bucked this already getting to the conference finals, but young teams do get to a point. And the Thunder years ago in 2012, they got to the finals, and then they learned that point and lost in 5 in a close series. I kind of view it the same way. I think Oklahoma City's depth, the emergence of A.J. Mitchell, Jalen Williams is back now. Shea just got his 2nd MVP and is looking to do something you've only seen done a couple times since 1977. And there's an element of, the Spurs got him in the regular season. I don't care about any of that. I think that's thrown way out the window in the playoffs. I think Oklahoma City's going to get this done in 5, but we have really good games.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited for the basketball angle of it. I will hate whoever wins. You're not wrong about that. I will complain every day about the series, but to try and appreciate what I'm watching will be difficult to do.
Do we get a Chet Wemby fight?
Hell, dude, if we get that, then it's even more entertaining.
Who do you hate more?
That's a good question, dude. I got to think about that one in the break. What a pro wants, what a pro needs. Let's wrap up with that a little bit more on tonight's Western Conference Finals, which begins. Also a couple of fun stats for you as we close it out on a Monday next. 105.1 FM The Fan. Can I interest you as we close up our delightful little Monday here in a couple of fun random facts? I love a good fun fact.
Sure.
I got 2 for you.
Okay.
The golf tournament didn't end the way that I wanted it to. Aaron Rai is a good person, like the personal story of him and his perseverance. All of that is great. It just, you lose eyeballs and attention when you don't have a known name win a major championship, right? One of the guys who had a chance and was around had a really good opening round Thursday and then kind of petered as the weekend went on was our guy Scotty Scheffler. A stat for you on Scotty in the week of the PGA. He missed 10 putts from inside 6 feet.
Yeah,
in 4 days.
From what I saw on Saturday, he had a few moments, and it just
some of them are like a 6-foot or a 5'10". Like, all right, that's whatever.
Burning a lot of edges.
Yeah,
2 feet 8 inches.
Yep.
3 feet 1 inches. 3 feet 8 inches. 3 feet 11 inches. 4 feet 7. 4 feet 9. 5'4", 5'5", 5'10", 6 foot. He missed 10 putts from inside.
What's wrong with him?
6 feet
What's
from
going
over the
on?
weekend. If you make those putts, breaking news.
Well, he didn't win.
He's winning back to back.
Ifs and buts.
Trophies.
Make some putts.
Also, we talked about a little baseball stuff earlier, and we made fun of the AL West because how bad the division is.
Yeah.
And a Mariner fan actually pointed out, too, that they've got swept by the Padres both times they played. They're 0-6 against the Padres, which leads into this stat. Right now, at this point in the Major League season, the National League is 51-28 in their interleague series against the American Leagues, and that would be the best interleague record series by either league since it was incepted in Incepted, is that the word? Since its inception
yeah.
In 1997.
Let me ask you,
51-28.
I don't really want to hear from him because if they have a chance to three-peat, he's not going to watch it. He'll go to like a hopscotch tournament or something. Do you feel more hope this year?
He's at the Foursquare games.
Do you feel more hopeful that they're not going to three-peat, or are you still in the back of your mind just going to rest on the no, when it comes down to it,
I have to live. I have to live there to be pleasantly surprised in the outcome. Instead of living in a mindset that, there's somebody who's going to get them this year, and then they don't get them, and then I'm
rather
disappointed.
be surprised by them losing.
I'd rather be surprised by them losing than surprised by them winning.
Okay.
So I'm not, it's obviously, like, the Blue Jays, this is similar to the Thunder stuff,
Because
right?
the Blue Jays do we act like they got swept?
They took him to 7 games. They took a home run from a guy that Sprague didn't even know he hit the home run because he wasn't watching the game, and then the 9th inning of Game 7 to tie the game, or whatever, 8th inning, whenever it was. It was late. They had the lead in Game 7 of the World Series. But this is the thing that I'm trying to tell myself going into tonight. I did this to the Thunder probably at this point last year.
Yeah, you were like they hadn't done it before.
And then the Pacers. And then there was the thought of once they got, it's like, the Pacers can't beat this to the Pacers with Halliburton and Siakam. Get out of here. And if he doesn't tear his Achilles, nobody knows how that Game 7 goes. Nobody will ever know.
It was too early in the game to dictate. You think they win, okay.
He hit a couple of threes,
knows.
It's back and forth, you're in the game, and then he goes down, and you're like, dude.
I know.
And then, so it's just that there's always the possibility in your head, but I try and go in thinking it's an inevitability so I can be positively surprised. If the Knicks beat, because I'm banking on the Knicks winning the East. Sorry, Cleveland.
That's the only shot for me for them getting.
If they win,
competition.
Give me a little bit of hope there. I'll probably gamble on them just because I like rooting for my bets and all that. But yeah, the Dodgers are still the Dodgers. I know other teams have been good. Your Braves have been great. The Padres are off to a really good start this year, but they're still the Dodgers.
Well, I looked up the schedule. The good news is the Foursquare National Championships aren't happening at around the same time as the World Series.
Did you play a lot of Foursquare when you were a kid? Was that big in elementary school? Foursquare was big in our elementary school.
If we weren't playing basketball or largely football on the soccer field,
mainly the sports,
we were doing more tetherball than we were Foursquare.
We didn't do much tetherball.
It kind of sucked, but also it was basically who could hit it the hardest because it would spin too high and too fast.
That's all you ended up doing.
And then back tether next, bitch.
Can I ask the question? I see them from time to time. I don't think we had any at our school. The hoop. That's not a hoop, but it's got the opening at the top.
The 4 holes?
And then the 4 holes.
Yeah, that game sucked.
Does anybody ever play that game?
I hated that.
Who created that game?
I don't know.
A kid who wasn't good at basketball and wanted to be included?
Yeah, what are we doing here?
What's that game even called?
What's the point of it? So if it shoots out your shoot, you win? If you catch it?
It's called loser ball.
I have no idea.
I've never understood that one.
There's literally basketball hoops.
We had a lot of Foursquare, kickball, and wall ball.
Yeah, we played a lot of kickball. Yeah, wall ball was a thing from time to time.
Wall ball, not so much. There was a moment in 6th grade for a month we played it with a tennis ball.
Wall ball became a big deal.
It's butt ball we played.
You try and hit it
Basically
off.
wall ball, but if you got stuck, you had to go against the wall and bend over and throw it as hard as you can at you. I got hit in the ass a couple times, dude. That was not fun.
You a big butt ball guy?
Butt ball was a thing.
Big
but yeah, it was largely football and the soccer fields, a little basketball, and maybe tetherball, but that ended pretty quickly.
I'm going to drop butt ball to Teddy when I get home today. I'll probably get a good chuckle out of that one.
My point is, if, look, Timbers might be in a do-or-die game that he's going to have to watch and his friends will leave early from. But, like, I think if you get to the World Series, I think that's the beauty of sports is just not knowing. Like, if the Spurs can get past the Thunder, this is how I view it. I think the Knicks, no matter what, win this series. Now, if the Cavs can win it, I'll cash in and I'll be happy about being wrong on that.
Take a ticket when you can get it.
But I think the Knicks win that series relatively quick. I just told you I think the Spurs win in 5, but like a close
Thunder
5.
win in 5.
Thunder win in 5 in a close series. If the Spurs can indeed compete and win it, I think the Knicks can beat the Spurs in the finals. Ooh. I don't think the Knicks can beat the Thunder in the finals. They can put up a better fight.
I tend to agree with you.
But if they play the Spurs, I think legitimately I might bet the Knicks for value if they get San Antonio. But if they get the Thunder, I think that's a tasty little 5-game series.
Okay. Tonight, the line on the game, I'm just trying to pull it up on DraftKings to see what the series odds are. Do you know what the series odds are, Swag? What? I don't know why it's not popping up.
I think the Knicks have to be.
Oh, here we go.
Plus
Playoffs.
300?
Playoff special. No, not number of 3. What are we doing?
You got to go to the futures part of the.
Conference winners. Okay. The Spurs to bet on them if they win it plus 210.
Outright, okay.
Outright, and the Cavs are plus 215. I'm sure you can. I'm sure you can dig into numbers.
Like Spurs in 6 would be crazy.
Yeah, the over/under for the Spurs is 5.5 series. They're both 5.5. Is the over/under.
Total game. Yeah, you can go into total games.
If you go Spurs in 6, I bet you it pays.
Exact outcome.
Yeah, there you go. Give me the Spurs one because the Thunder has no value.
No, you're not going to make any money gambling on the Thunder.
Let's see.
Well, you could. It just wouldn't be great value.
You'd have to bet a lot of money to do it because they're a minus 200 favorite. I mean,
like the Spurs in 5 or 6, if you wanted an insane value play that I don't think will hit.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be worth taking the risk on doing it.
It's funny, too. Like, you can, God, the things that you can bet on is wild in here. We don't need to get into all that. But that being said, I'm just curious. If you're wondering the odds, plus 200 is the money on San Antonio to win. Tonight, they are a 6.5-point underdog in Oklahoma City.
6.5?
6.5. How do we think game 1 goes tonight?
I'm going to take the Thunder to cover that number.
You think the Thunder pull away and win?
Here we go.
Because 7's pretty comfortable.
The shortest odds is OKC in 7, if I'm reading this right.
So you can't find Spurs in 6?
No, Spurs 4-2 is plus 550.
Yeah, see, that's the value play because it has to go a little lengthy. Unless there's a massive injury, you think the Spurs win it.
I don't see
it's going to come down to the final 2 games, and if you like the Spurs' ability to do that, that's insane value. What's our Chauncey Billups bet of the day?
Put our chips in the middle of the table.
Well, like who you taking in Game 7? Are we parlaying a Game 7 with Game 1?
Oh, good call.
I'll take Canadians money line with Thunder minus 6.5.
I'm going to get risky tonight. I'm not going to bet a side.
Okay.
I'm going to get risky and dabble for both teams who have had goaltenders pulled and take the under of 5.5.
Oh, I would take the over on this. There's nothing that indicates to me.
They almost hit the over in the first period.
Yeah.
The Sabres scored 8 goals in the last game. I get it. I just think sphincters are tight in a Game 7.
Oh, I know. I get it.
And how did they win their last when they were on the road against Tampa and they had like 3 shots on goal and scored once? Like it might be dumb. That's my bet of the night.
I would go Sabres on the puck line at plus 215, minus 1.5. I think the Sabres. I think they broke through their inexperience and quit worrying about anything and just played hockey when they were
parlaying the hoops. Canadians money line, Thunder minus 6.5.
Yeah, I'll take the Thunder tonight too, minus 6.5. Feels dirty saying that. That'll do it for us, folks. If you're missing this show, go check the podcast, 1051thefan.com, at 1051thefan on Twitter. And yeah, good stuff. Oh, we had Eric Gunderson on this morning, so go check that. Well, hopefully Bill Connolly tomorrow, although we'll let you know later in the day if that does happen. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 6 a.m. The Firm, Harrison Meringue is next. Listen on 105.1 FM The Fan.